So, I'm gonna level with y'all right off the top here. Ordinarily, this would be me trying to beat a game today. I did not wake up with much energy today. Like, last couple weeks we were doing great on that front. Today, not so good. Not so good. Brain's kind of just not all with it and everything today. So we're gonna take it a bit easy. Conveniently, I happened to pick this up the other day. Played it a little bit. It's a good time. Didn't have to pay much for it at the time, so no big deal there. This is Tales and Tactics. It's another in the long line of auto battlers that came out during that one particular span where those were really popular. It's been kicking around on my wish list for a good long while and then just happened to be real cheap. So here we are. More often than not, I've not been doing great at it because I keep trying to make themed sets, and let me tell you, a lot of those don't work out that great. You're better off working with synergies than themes, but the themes are fun. So don't be surprised if this doesn't go far, because again, brain's not all with it, and I'm probably going to just take something that looks interesting instead of something that'll work well. Just getting that out of the way right off the top there. We are going to keep skipping the training yard because I've done the tutorial. The tutorial also is not that big a deal, and you get everything you would get by going through it by skipping it. So no real reason to go through all of that. As you can see, didn't unlock the other 6 character choices yet. We just have these 3. You know what? I might actually take the Satyr this time. I haven't actually used Zamfir yet. But based on what I'm going to be potentially doing here, let's give that a go.
Picks and shovels litter the ground. Remnants of the goblin workforce that once lived here.
Oh, good. I ended up here instead of the city. Good. Even with the fact that I had unlocked another area to go to, I kept getting the city anyway. Let's see. Okay, our item is a caster item. Okay. So, for better or worse, since we have that caster item, we at the very least want some mages. Oh. I think shaman's also... Yeah, he's a shaman tank. You're a mage tank. Do I even have a caster here at all? You technically are a caster, Sparky. Okay. And of course, Sanctus is a caster, but I don't know if I want to give spell power item to a healer. Like, obviously, more healing isn't bad, but that's not really my priority there. I could just throw this set away entirely as well. Because for those that don't know how any of this works, this 8 down here is how much money I have to purchase the units that are on this table. These rerolls also cost the same currency. You can have up to 4 units right off the top, and then as the game progresses, you can have more. If I get 3 copies of something, it'll become better. That's basically the main things you need to know. These races and these class types both will impact the traits that'll be appearing over here as we go along as well. You can see it at play partially here, except this guy's an idiot and doesn't have anything that matches at all here. So you won't actually see the icons appearing just yet. You also have a set of potions you can get as time goes on. We're probably not going to be seeing too many of those because I don't tend to take them. Demons are pretty good, so I could go all demons again, but that also didn't really work out that great. I've not done that much with tree folk. But I don't know if I'll get a decent caster in among them. Let's see if I get some inspiration out of the reroll. The answer is not really. It's like Rhyme's a caster, but I've used shamans and dragons already, so I don't really want to use that again right now. Anyway, we'll take Sanctus for now, even though I wasted 1 copy of Sanctus. Sanctus comes up for me pretty often, so I'm not too worried about that. And we'll just keep trying to get things that I actually want. Okay, there's Volcanus, so we can start going for elementals since I've got both of those. And thanks to Zamfir, we do actually have some extra protection because we don't have a tank. So this could actually work out in our favor. I'm gonna play it a little bit risky here, which could come back to bite me horrendously. Oh, I've never used Torque. Torque could be fun, and is a caster, so would benefit from the caster wand. And it would lead to him having self-healing. Maybe an engineer set could be interesting. Like elementals and engineers, maybe. That could be fun. I see potential there. I won't give him the wand yet, because I want to see how well he actually functions before I give him power. Because the 50% extra health could also be better on somebody else with a better starting hit point pool than that. Now, what else are we gonna get, though? There's an extra Vulcanus. The Sparkles is good and would synergize with the fact that this one's a healer. 2 healers is good because you get its shield from healing. He doesn't fit anything else. We do have a horror in the form of Vulcanus, so we could go for Zafan, but again, he doesn't match anything else in any other regards either. But if I reroll again, we have no money, so we can't do anything. I could just throw 2 Vulcanuses on the table, just so we have our 4 for the moment, and hope for better. Yeah. Yeah. Elementals gain extra health, and all of the red values on their skills get better, or as their synergy goes up. The rest of it's a mess, but we at least have a synergy. So for 2 seconds, he'll repeat his attacks, which will be good. And it gives him some lifesteal to keep him on the field, too. Are you melee or are you ranged? You are melee. That's what I thought with the hammer, but sometimes things are weird. And as you can see, this is where the auto-battler part of this comes into play. They'll just do their own thing. They can be very stupid sometimes. I have had many a run foiled by the auto-battle AI being very fucking dumb. You have to be very careful how you place your units sometimes to get them not to be brick stupid about their choices. And there we go, there's our first victory. You'll notice we have some white hearts. That's because that's technically 2 extra on top. Potion fountain or contract? Let's grab a contract. Traveling along the beaten path, you spy a notice board sitting there, rather out of place. You're familiar with the help wanted ads, so you take a gander. Number of ads catch your eye, but you can only take 1. Rules of the Goblin Consortium. So let's see, we've got sell a tier 2 unit, so we get a common duplicator and 3 experience. Win 2 combats with duelist trait active, which doesn't help us because we have no duelists at all right now. Or win 3 combats in a row. Let's go with the 3 combats in a row because I'm most likely to get that. But now we have a few free rerolls and some money to spend, so let's see about getting the remaining bits we need done here. Grab some extra copies. As you can see, Torque's now tier 2. So he has a lot more health and just better in every way. He's a little bit more worth giving the staff to now, because he at least held up till the end of that last combat, and he did seem like he was doing some decent work. I was hoping to get somebody that was going to be a bit more effective to give it to. I'm still on the fence about him on the whole. We can also try to snag another engineer or another elemental with the Lucky Clover. Because you can get anybody you don't have as long as they match one of the 2 things on that unit that you drop it on. As long as it's within your rarity limits. You get an increased rarity limit periodically throughout the run. So, currently we only have common. So it's worth holding on to that till you get uncommon. But it depends on if I want to just go for it. Power roll will also guarantee you a duplicate of something you already have. So let's go ahead and hit that. The one I just upgraded is the one I get another one of, huh? I would have rather get another Vulcanist just so I could get the upgrade. But we'll snag that. We won't be able to afford the reroll again, but that's fine. And there's no matches here. Do I think the unlucky glass is gonna matter? No, I can hold on to the item and not need to worry about it. It's kind of a pain to move an item once it's on. Yeah, we didn't have anything to worry about here either. The enemy only really starts getting dangerous once they start actually activating traits and such. Early on, you have nothing to worry about. You'd have to have a terrible setup to have anything to worry about in the first, like, 4 or 5 fights. And I say that because I've actually had trouble very early on because I was experimenting with something that did not work at all. Battle Promotion's pretty fun. Necromancy's also real good. In fact, we'll grab Necromancy just so we can get some free money, because if I don't get units I can use, I can just pitch them in this cell portal here and get free money. No real issue there. These are tails, so these aren't going to be fights, but I have no idea what these events are going to be. We'll sort that out in a second here. They really want me having that skeleton. There's our third Vulcanist. So that now he's tier 2, but now I've got an open space again. I mean, if I'm going for engineers, Sparky is actually a viable choice then. Sparky's not bad. We still have no tanks, so we get the no tank bonus, but now we also have the engineer effect. Whenever this window's up, by the way, you can't actually hover over these and have it give you information. It's kind of annoying. What you can do is look at it over here, and you'll still get the answers you're looking at. So engineer gives us a turret with 40 attack and 5 ammo. Oh, and they also grant all engineers a shield. And every tier they are above 1 gives more damage to the turret. Okay. And they give the turret ammo whenever they use their skills, which I didn't cover that. The blue meter you see under there, that's their mana. As they're fighting, that fills up. They'll use whatever their skill is on their card when their mana fills. It's pretty self-explanatory, but in case you didn't know that, there you go. So whenever Sparky or Torque uses their skill, the turret that's over there will get ammo. Damn it. Alright. We do also have the regular staff to hand out now, too. Our only 2 casters are both the engineers. I may actually, like, cycle the elementals out and just go all in on engineers because of the turret. But they're... Yeah, because we will only need 4 engineers to have the full synergy, but there's not that many engineers, I don't think. So we may actually have trouble getting that to work. Spell power scaled, percentage life steal. I'll at very least give Torque this. Make him have the Wando missiles. Because he seems to get his casts off decently often, so he'll get those missiles out. And this way, his self-heal is also a little more effective. We'll go see about the Gemstone Gargoyle. The hairs on the back of your neck rise as you feel something watching you. As you turn around, you find yourself face to face with the statue of a hideous beast. Fanged lips curl in a coy grin, one gemmed eye seemingly following you. Number of gems glitter on the ground, along with a single sapphire sitting in its cupped hands. As you investigate closer, you swear you could see one of its fingers twitch. So, what we have here is a dice roll we'll have to do. And if we do well enough, we'll get Hudson. Looks. We also get a gem depending on our roll. Worrying about which one we're gonna get really doesn't matter because it's a roll. We have no control over that. We got a 13, so we get in the middle.
I'm eager to see how that works out for you.
So we got Hudson, and we got the Emerald, which is spell power, which is actually any healing the wearer does to themselves. This is really seeming like this is just gonna be built for Torque. It certainly appears that the gemstone must be its other eye. You're not sure why, but you decide to put it where you think it belongs. Suddenly the statue shudders and steps from its platform. Looks at you, raised one clawed hand, and places on your shoulder. Hey there, boyo. Thanks a lot. I was afraid I was gonna be stuck there for another 1,000 years. So you help me out, I help you. Come on, I ain't gonna stand here all day. Oh, and take this. Sure them greenskins won't miss it. So we've just got a gargoyle on our side now. He has Stone Slam. Okay. He does, however, fulfill the role of tank, so if I put him on the team, we are gonna lose our armor bonus that everybody is getting. When we get our 5th slot, I might put him on the team, though, depending on how well anybody else is performing. We'll see. I'm not gonna, like, ditch him immediately. I'll keep him in the think about it spot for the moment. We got the Potion Partier and the Alley Gladiator. Well, we're absolutely gonna put that Emerald on Torque, because he's the only one with self-healing. Because I don't think Lifesteal counts as self-heal. That would be a little bit weird. And our healer technically could heal himself, but he's unlikely to be the one with the lowest health anytime soon. So at this rate, I feel like I probably should just chuck the caster wand on Torque and just go all in. I just don't like putting all my eggs in one basket on one unit. But at the same time, if it's just sitting there in my inventory, it's not doing anything either. And since we're debating getting rid of the elementals, I wouldn't put it on Sanctus of Vulcanus, which would leave Sparky, and as much as I like Sparky, he's not that good. Like, not on his own, and not just tier 1 Sparky. Later on, Sparky gets to be pretty useful. Right now, he's just kind of a piddling little useless. Hell with it. Commit to the bit. So he's got 215% spell power now. And this is when he just dies immediately, and I'm going to be sad. Let's fight the Potion Partier. I fought him before. I've not actually fought the Gladiator, but Brawlers, with our setup right now, I think might be a little rough.
A mushroom never dies. Not while its spores still linger.
Okay. Let's rearrange a little bit. You should be able to take care of that just fine in the head. For him, these 4 should handle okay. Alright. I think there might be Taunt that's going to come into play here. Yeah, Sparky hopped away. That was the other reason why I was making sure to have coverage there. Though our Vulcanist lost, which is not what I expected to have happen. The Torque's just standing there like nothing happened, so we're golden. Oh, what a difference some items make, eh? Ordinarily, I wouldn't even worry about these fights, but since we have that contract to remain undefeated, I'm actually paying attention. And we did get a free Sparky out of that. So, it all worked out. I am gonna go for the unusual armory, but let's go ahead and get our dice rolls and such out of the way first. I see. Just double checking that there wasn't an engineer I didn't spot, but of course there would be there would be a highlight there if... Yeah, see how Zafin has one for horror and demon, for example. So we could get at the trigger for horror, actually. But we don't have enough space in the team. So I would have to drop my other engineer, so we wouldn't actually be able to have all 3 traits right now. This will get us tier 2 Sanctus, so we want that, obviously. No, I'm gonna keep rolling. Damn it. This'll put it in front of me, but I can't afford any of it at the moment. If a Torque had shown up, I was actually going to trade the free Sparky we got for the Torque, just to get that done and get him to tier 3. But these will stay for the moment anyway. So let's head off to the armory. A table covered in an assortment of weapons, armor, and trinkets sits by the trail here. At first, you think they must be abandoned, but something strange nearby indicates otherwise. Resting against the table, a plain wooden sign rests, carved in unusual markings. As you approach, the runes on the sign transform into your native language. Pick a prize, but buyer beware, these gifts, like life, aren't always fair. So we could take just one, and we get the fusion gem that would guarantee a component to be combined with an equipped item, which how components work is exactly how it explains it there. You put 2 component items together and they become a new, more powerful item. We could take the whole set, which gets all of our units an extra equipment slot, which is very good, but anybody that doesn't have units are hobbled for 20 seconds, which is not great considering we have all of our items on one guy. Or you could do the fun option that gets you cursed almost every time, and you gamble. Is what this will do is it'll set an array of cards out on the table. You can get both the results you see on screen right now, among a couple other things, if you gamble. We're obviously going to gamble, even though this is going to...
You could lose. You could also win.
Exactly. So there's a bunch of extra equipment in here. We can get the fusion gem and the holster brace. You'll notice the negative effect isn't here. But how the curse works is as this curse level goes up, you see right there, it adds 5% each time for a unit to be chained. You lose one of your hearts every time you pick a chained unit. It can be a problem at times. This'll all shuffle and I'll have to pick the right cards. Ideally, I want to grab 2 good things and then grab a bunch of these negative point ones to push the penalty chart down and then take it and run. But we'll see how it goes. There's the money. There's the gem. Okay. There's a negative. There's a sword. I wasn't really looking for that. And the meat. I was really hoping for the belt too, but you know what? This is fine.
You're gonna pay the price for those winnings.
So now we get every skill there in Curse, so we now have a 25% chance of any unit that pops up on this screen having a chain on it now. There's so much here that you can't decide. As usual, when faced with indecision, you make all the choices. In this case, taking items from the table one by one, like a sitter child in a candy store. You don't stop until it's too late. A dark purple fog begins to surround you, covering you in something indescribable. Just as quickly as it washes over you, however, it vanishes. You take that as a sign to be on your way. Yeah, the registrar here is where we'll get our tier upgrade. And since we still didn't get any money because we didn't do any fighting, we'll be on our way there in a second. I'm debating putting the sword and meat on Vulcanus. Now, let's see what our uncommons end up being, and then we'll go from there. A studious goblin looks up from a large ledger, pushing up his wire-rimmed glasses. Name, race, occupation. The Tournament Council is not responsible for injury from burning, maiming, decapitation, petrification, or polytransformation. Sign here. As you finish signing your name, a brilliant flash of light blinds you for a moment. We now have 2 uncommon slots, which will only be these 2 slots here. When you can finally see, you find yourself standing in front of some sort of shop. A goblin behind the counter looks familiar. Welcome to Bob's shop. Finest, definitely not looted equipment around. We have everything you could need to take on the day, yeah. And good luck. Judging by the looks of you, you're gonna need a lot of it. Okay, so we have the Dweller banner, which would be great if I had anybody that was a Dweller, because then you could actually start pumping a trait without having units of that type. But this is the wrong one for our setup here. I might actually reroll to try to get a different banner. See if I can get one of the ones that we actually have over here, so we can get an extra trait. Though this one's also very good, the Burn Dana. 10 armor, 20 spell power every 8 seconds, heal 5% of your health, and ignite all enemies around you for 5 seconds. I'm gonna play for the banner though, because I think that'll be more effective. You know, until RNG tells me to go pound salt with my forehead. We'll try one more time. Alright, never mind. That plan's going nowhere at all. I could try... Actually, no, I can fit one more time and then still be able to buy both components. We'll try one more. The music stopping as soon as I pressed that button really was a telling sign there, wasn't it? But mana regen and health isn't a bad combination to have. It's really looking like I might keep the elementals because we are getting enough parts for them. I just don't know if I really want to keep the elemental and engineer combo going. They don't really go the best together necessarily. There's no significant synergy between the two. So I don't think there's an elemental engineer. I could just keep trying for a banner, but I only get 2 more rerolls, and then I'd only be able to buy 1 item. But I could buy just the same thing I would be combining 2 items for down here. So it's not the worst thing. You know what? The hell with it. Ghoul War banner? No. Okay, that was a waste of my time. This one's not a bad one to have, though, the Claws of Haste. After your skill goes off, your attack speed's set to 400 for 3 attacks. It's not amazing, but it's not bad. I could also just grab one of these to merge with the other items we have instead of merging them with each other. Then I'd have money left over, and that makes me sad. There's also potions I can grab. But see, you need these item removers in order to move items around. So actually, let me grab these, and then I'll grab the buckler. We'll go with that. This way, if I do, like, end up with a great run of ideas for elementals or something, I can pull out of Torque and pivot. Dastardly Desperado or the Impatient Monk. So meat or gloves. We do get experience if we fight the Desperado, whereas we get gold if we fight the Monk. Bugs and Brawlers or Reptiles and Defilers. I don't really like either of these. Let's go over here, because the gloves I think will be useful. So let's see, we've got an Uro, Sebastian 2, a Spindleton, and a Ragno to deal with. Okay. I still have no money, so there's not really any reshuffling I can do, because we have to beat the boss to get our additional unit. Do I want to give anybody anything? Because we do still have that contract to win 3 fights. We're on our 3rd fight right now, so I do kind of need to win this. Oh, and I do still have the fusion gem. But it's not as big a concern about not giving items out right now, actually, because of the fact we have the item removers now. So since your spin is based on your damage, let's give you the sword. I keep thinking you can put it in these slots. You have to drop it on the unit down here. Yeah, notice how this number's gone up now. What we're gonna do is try the fusion gem, which gets him the Wicked Slasher. 30% attack damage. On first kill of each combat, gain 30% more attack attack damage for the rest of combat, and turn invisible for 6 seconds. So that's actually not a bad one for him to get. That's actually going to be pretty good, I think. Since we have uncommons now, I could also try for the Lucky Clover, because it'll give me a free unit. But who do I use it on? Because there's a decent chance it'll pick the wrong trait, but I can just say no to it as well. Oh, right, yeah, because I picked the unit anyway. What am I talking about? Okay, so Champignon is the only engineer we're going to be getting in uncommon. This is what I was trying to make the determination on, because I don't remember all the units yet, so there was going to be a variable here. But he makes a mush turret nearby, which copies 30% of his health, 100% of his attack speed, and it dies over time. It does 40 damage each attack. Okay. That might be a good one to replace Sparky with, till I can get a higher tier Sparky. What is our elemental option? Let's see. Kragus or Nimbus? Kragus is right here already. Nimbus. He ascends, gaining infinite range, 30 attack speed for 6 seconds. While this buff holds, its attacks hit one additional enemy nearby for 40% damage. That's pretty good. But I'd lose my engineer bonus unless I swap out Sanctus, probably. Because for all that Sanctus's healing isn't bad, Sanctus isn't doing... Well, then again, Sanctus is healing 2 units now instead of 1, so maybe Sanctus should stay. But I don't want to give up Vulcanus, so yeah, I think the better choice is taking the engineer right now if I'm going to take one. We'll try this. His Sparky stats are 750 health, 60 attack, versus 1000 health and 80 attack. They both have the same amount of defense. Sparky does have a bit more mana regen, so he'd be casting his skill a little more often. Champignon has range, which could be useful. In fact, actually, let's try doing this. This way you all take care of this, and he'll try to attack back here. I know it's going to complain that I have a ranged unit on the front. Yes, I placed him there for a reason. Yeah, targeting still went stupid. That's what I was afraid of, but it's fine. He's probably just going to be a sacrifice right now. Yeah, no, Sanctus is keeping him alive. There we go. That's more the angle I wanted. Because you can't give them direction as to who to attack, situations like that can happen. Where they just don't hit what you want them to. Because if he had focused on their back rank like I wanted him to, we probably would have cleaned that up smoother. But it's fine. We got the result at the end we wanted. And we got a free Ragno, which we're not going to be using, so we just get a free $1. We are getting a little crowded down here, though, so I can't really be buying too many just random things here. See, and Hudson is good, but mythics are... And then again, you can give the Valor to an ally, so it's not the worst. And he would only give me 2 for selling him. But the odds of him ever upgrading are non-existent. So this may seem silly, but I'm just gonna bin him. Do I want Kragus? Not at the moment. Let's just grab the Vulcanus. I'm gonna be sad not to grab the Sanctus, but I just don't have room. There's Gorzak, which is the uncommon horror. That's the piercing eye beam. Ooh, cost reduction. Interesting. So he could get real spammy. Do I want that badly enough to give up a life for it? Yeah, probably, because then I'll be able to get the tier 2 version pretty easily. There's Nimbus as well, which I wouldn't mind having, but again, no space. RNG's really just having a go at me right now, huh? Yep, it sure is having a go at me. I should have taken the Sanctus. We would have had the triple if I had just taken that. I think I also accidentally passed up a Torque a moment ago, didn't I? Oh no, it was Bulwark that was sitting there. Since your turret copies your health, giving you the meat's not a bad idea. Though attack speed's also a solid choice for you because of the fact that your turret takes all of your attack speed as opposed to 30% of your health. So if I even just keep you in here at all. But you weren't terrible, but you weren't remarkable in any way either. Okay, let's turn this in. I forgot that I have to turn it in specifically. Because I usually don't get those to work. Usually I end up doing something greedy that loses me that. Though a lot of the contracts I've gotten have also been, use this unit you don't have and don't have any room for because it won't fit in your setup. Or do other things that don't match what I'm doing at all. I'll give you the gloves. Yeah, I'm not gonna do anything else here. We're also not going into a fight anyway. Oh yeah, our level up reward. So we can get Glove Master, which gives us another glove, and units with gloves equipped have a 10% chance to attack twice. Beast Mark, which gives us the Beast War Banner and a Coda. Basically gonna ignore that one. Or the Minimizer. In combat rooms, a hex not in the frontmost column gains the Minimizer modifier. Unit placed there gains 20% attack damage and shrinks, increasing damage dealt and taken by 20%. We'll take the Glove Master. Because we have a glove out on the field, now we have another one. The sound of voices draws you to a side tunnel leading into what seems to be a game room where two Dea are in deep discussion. Kyodini, the most renowned storyteller, is attempting to explain something to a great granite golem, Otto. No, it's not lying per se, it's enhancing the story. Sometimes you just have to exaggerate, embellish. The two look up at you as you draw near, with Otto speaking slowly. New friend, not lie about eggs and relish, right? So we have a choice here. We can agree with Kyodini that embellishment isn't a bad thing and get a set of rewards, or we agree that embellishment's not good and get rewarded based on someone we're agreeing with. Since this is already going to be benefiting tanks, I'm already leaning against Otto here. What else we get? Equipped unit gains stats based on its location. Okay, not bad, but probably not going to be something I want. Your store can now offer statue units. I'm curious about that. And Kyodini will be mad at me. Or we get a buff for caster archetype, which I am trying to set up casters, but we didn't get 3 of them yet. We keep ending up with 2 out of 3. So if I put Sparky back on the board, we would have 3 casters. Actually, wait, no. Would I? Yes, we would have 3 casters. So we could go with Kyodini's Haste. And then we have Mana Battery. But there's nobody that has a useless enough skill that I would want to replace that. And then we, of course, get Cisco, the Mythic, as well. But I'll probably just ditch Cisco because they don't fit. And then Otto will remember this. We're gonna go with Kyodini, just because it's better for us. Otto doesn't seem to understand. He lifts one of his game pieces, speaking softly. Father told Otto lying is cheating with words, and cheating is always bad. Theodini puts a gentle hand on your shoulder, leading you away. He's a good kid. He's just stubborn in his ways. We're working on that. However, now that that's settled, I have a gift for you. Whatever wish your heart desires, I shall grant. Within reason, of course. Just no tentacles. Yeah, you're guaranteed to get the displeased result here, but you have to choose what your other reward is. Which, only one of them will make the entity you're dealing with happy. But I'm gonna take the haste option here, I think, because it is the one that is most beneficial to me, because I'm not gonna use Cisco. Having Kyodini happy with me might benefit me at some point, but it might not. I will take the wisdom. With a nod, Kyodini takes in a deep breath, then blows towards you. You feel the desert heat on your face and the stinging winds against your skin. When it subsides, you don't feel any different, but the world around seems just a bit slower. Your wish is our command, young one, but don't think this means we'll go easy on you in the grand tournament. Without another word, the Jinn vanishes in a cloud of smoke and sand, leaving you alone with your thoughts, and the taste of sand in your mouth. So our boss here is Gemclops, who is going to lead with Monarch Senior. Monarch Senior unleashes eye beams at 3 random foes. Beams deal spell damage and stun for 1 second, then shred, stifle, ignite, or hobble at random for 5 seconds. Yikes! You'll also take 2 hearts of damage if you lose a boss fight, by the way, so, they're mildly important. With this mess I have down here on my table, I'm unhappy about this situation. Because there's nothing I can do, really. If I roll, I can't afford anything unless I get rid of something. Which I can do, and I might have to do, just to guarantee myself a step up here. But I'm gonna immediately kick myself later. But, yeah, I think that is the play still. And this is exactly what I expected out of doing that. Rolling into a whole set of fuck and all. But I had to try. That was the one move I had to try to change things here. Okay, Vulcanus, I think you're staying here, bud, and I'm gonna need to make you better. So at the very least, you're getting a glove. Now, what does the glove turn into? It becomes Soulburn Gloves or Mallet of Mashing. I think the Soulburn sounds better. 10 armor, 12 attack speed. Whenever an enemy attacks the wearer, ignite it for 2 seconds. Whenever the wearer attacks the ignited enemies, lose 1% HP. So yes, that was the right choice for Vulcanus. I could give him the health as well. Wouldn't be the worst idea. Yeah. Because if our front line crumbles, we're kind of in trouble. But the beams are going to go around him anyway. So it's not like a complete solution. We definitely got a bit of a bad roll on the RNG side.
Fury at your challenge.
So he's also got a pair of eerie statues. Oh, they're gonna jump and wreck Sanctus. Wonderful. That's gonna thwart my plans a bit. Let's move you back here in the hopes that... Then again, actually, if they're gonna jump to the back line, why don't I have my back line not be in the back line? So I don't know if that'll... if the stun taunt will still happen if there's no backline. I feel like they're just still gonna jump here and it'll like AoE taunt and such, but I'm gonna try that. See if I can bypass that problem. Because he's gonna be tangled up with these two anyway, so it's not like it's gonna be a major issue that they're here. Yes, shut up, game. I know what I'm doing. Okay, yeah, that avoided the stun and taunt, so that's good. And we are actually chewing through that Cyclops pretty well, so I think we'll be okay. There's the taunts going in, though. We're fine. His statues are gone, and they're all focusing him down now. Nice and
I'm almost
easy.
a little embarrassed how easy that was for you.
And now when we rest at this campsite, we will get our extra unit slots. So let's rest first, and then we'll figure out purchases from there.
Let's
We're
hope
traveling
that
to
you
the
and
Golden
others have
Desert.
a tragic tale in the Jinn's storybook.
Now let's do our free rerolls first. I see the continuing saga of RNG says fuck you is going on here. I know what I'm doing, game. Shut up. Now there goes a heart, but that'll get us a tier 2 Mushroom Man. So that'll help. At least the whole force is tier 2 that's on the board at the moment. They really want this guy to be here, and they really want me losing hearts for it. We don't have room to keep stacking him at the moment. I could stack like one there, but not a priority. Not enough to be taking a hit for it. There's our Vulcanist tier 3. That'll help him out quite a bit. Arguably, I should invest, because that would have gotten me the common duplicator, which would have done essentially the same thing. But swings and roundabouts a little bit there. Oh, that's a shame. So we've got the Cactus Nymph and the Vampire Chef. The Nymph's got bugs and mages, and the Chef's got bugs and brawlers. I'd rather deal with mages. We get less money here, but I think I'm more likely to win this exchange. Now, 5th unit is a whole other question. I could get a second healer in the form of Sir Sparkles at this point. Well, I'd lose another heart, but at least it's a unit I can put on the board right now. It's either that or I take one of my many duplicates and put them out. But the reason why healer's good to have is that shield I was talking about. So Sanctus will start putting shields out for everybody. And Sparkles is actually decently durable for a healer as well. He's more like a paladin than your standard or back rank healer. And the regen he can put down is actually fairly helpful. But he's not going to survive, probably because he is only tier 1 amongst tier 2s. He should absorb enough harm long enough, though, to be somewhat beneficial here. Yeah, he's actually tangling up their bank rank pretty nicely, while everybody decided to bully the hell out of the other front ranker. There's the spin, and yeah, this is over. This is so over for them. This is about what I expected when I'm fighting mages, which is why I picked them instead of the brawlers.
I knew you had it in you.
And the necromancy doesn't help us with either of them, because we don't have either unit. Oh yeah, we did get it. It was the Kepri, which I have no interest in, so thank you for the free $1. So we got the roadside library or another contract. Another contract wouldn't be a bad idea, because I could get another perk pretty easily that way. But at the same time, we could just go get an instant level up from the book. Because what we would do is hold the book as we use it from the inventory till we get to experience, get to level 4, and then skip to level 5 immediately. Yeah, I like that idea. You come upon an odd signpost slightly off the beaten path. A small, house-like enclosure holds a variety of books to interest any adventurer or fill its shelves. Above it, strange symbols are carved into a simple wooden sign. As you approach, the runes on the sign once again transform into your native language. Knowledge is power, so saith the wise, but too much knowledge will bring demise. So we can read it now and get our level. We could limit ourselves to level 6, where we stop gaining perks afterward, but get the instant level up, or we gamble again. Let's say we gamble again. What could go wrong, right? Right.
I mean, I can hardly judge.
We'll have the book available. We also can get the delightful bookmark that gets us yet another additional star point from combats. Some experience, some free star points. Like, this is all good for us. Everything about this is positive. There's our -2 right off the bat, which is a shame to pull that first. So it does... Oh, no, it did retroactively count, so that's fine. Take those points away. Okay, we're actually coming out of this pretty good already. There's the bookmark. And there's the book. Well, there's all the curse. Not really what I was intending, but you know what? It works.
Sometimes you just gotta risk it for the
Look at all them star points. But look at all that curse. We have a 50-50 on every unit in the store being cursed now. Books and tomes of all shapes and sizes fill the shelves of this archive, all yearning to be read. You ignore the sign and begin to fill your bag with everything remotely interesting. The more you take, the worse you feel, but you brush it off. It's not like you've finished... It's not until you finish that you notice the sign has changed. Those seeking knowledge you've kept from pursuing, hoarding such wisdom will be your undoing. So our perk, though, Guardian Angel, which gives us the first healer to die, instead heals for half its maximum health and gains attack speed and cost reduction. We can have a free Fae, which would get us the Fae a trait activated, or 8 star points worth of random mages, which is not what we're going to take because we're not using mages. The Fae boost is actually tempting, though the Guardian Angel effect is ridiculously good from the sound of it, too. Thing is, these are our 2 healers, and Sparkles is probably not guaranteed to stay, but then again, Sparkles is also why I have the Fae effect at all, too. No, I think we're taking Guardian Angel. So I don't know what the Fae... Actually, what does the Fae boost do? Start a combat, magic fairies help a random Fae and random other unit gain cost reduction, mana regen, and spell power. That's nice, but the Guardian Angel will be better. Because even if I get rid of Sir Sparkles, we'll still have Sanctus most likely at the rate things are going. So whenever he dies, he'll get back up again. Problem is, outside of back rank attacks, I don't see him dying that often, and that's where that gets a little sketchy in its utility. There's another Fae, but... Well, that is a funny trick. Turning them into a sheep. Not helpful. Not suitable to the setup we've got going right now. Yeah, they're making a good point. Let's actually invest this time so we get the duplicator. Oh yeah, let's get our other level as well. I almost forgot to get at that free level. That was half the reason we risked it for the books, after all. I'm not gonna take the hit for the Vulcanus because we won't actually get the tier upgrade from that right now. Oh, and Fritz calls down Acid Rain, which is pretty neat. Would be another caster as well. Which, actually, that's one stupid thing I did by putting Sparkles here, is we lost the no tank bonus. Completely just blanked on that one at that point. On power roll. There we go, there's our tier 3 Torque. And there's a upgraded Sparky, which still may or may not have relevance. Because he could take the place of Sparkles and get us back the no tank bonus and get us the speed increase from 3 casters. But we would lose the healer bonus of getting shields. But he is a tier 2 unit, whereas Sparkles is only tier 1. We almost have maxed out engineers. And now everybody has 10 more armor, which is probably better than just having the one tanky unit. I don't know. I feel like that being spread amongst them is not a bad thing to have. My RNG on my rolls, though, has been... ugh. Yeah, we may as well grab the Pale Heart. These fights might go wrong. My first couple fights after winning a boss fight usually start going a little awry. Let's match wits with ourselves here. And let's see. Strong start. For the first 8 seconds of combat, your units are immune to crowd control and gain 15% in damage reduction. That's really good. Rhapsodic Learner. Whenever units cast for the 3rd time each combat, they gain shield for their 30% of their max health. That's also good. And whenever you use a potion, gain a mirror copy of it. Mirror copies don't get copied when used. Well, I don't have any potions, so we'll take Strong Start. We've got a lot going on up here at this point. So let's see. They've got a tier 2 Vulcanist. They've got a tier 2 Sparkles, tier 2 Deshret, Oakengard, and a tier 2 Sanctus. I think we win this one by virtue of having 2 tier 3s and more effect. Oh no, they actually have more of an effect going because they have maxed out healer, which gives them the healer shrine, which gains charge. Ooh, that's upsetting. They're gonna blast me by charging it with healing. Well then, I didn't actually look at that part. That could be bad. Well, good luck. Because there's nothing I can do to change it now. Yeah, Sparky thankfully will go chew up their Sanctus, which will help. That's one of his big things, is the fact that he can hop to the back rank. Sound effects are a little bit loud, actually, when it's really kicking off, so let me go ahead and lower that a little bit. I just kind of realized that as we were going. Just push all this down just a touch. There you go. That should be a bit better on the ears. And yeah, we won that handily.
You a challenge?
And we got a free Deshret, which if I wanted to pivot to all healers to get that like death laser from healing, I could. Ooh, that's actually a really good move too, the Death Ward. If they would die, they just come back to life instead. That's like super annoying. But unfortunately, I think we're a little too deep into this to pivot that hard. At that point, the play would be like swap Elemental with Healer, and Vulcanus is kind of carrying with the items he's got, so that's not a good choice to make. So let's see what we end up getting. A copy of Torque. So we might end up with a tier 4 Torque. I'm sorry, Sparky, but you're not worth giving a life up for. Power roll. Yikes! Is a tier 4 worth losing a life for? The answer to that question is yes. Being halfway to a tier 3 would not be worth losing a life. Getting my tier 4, that is worth losing a life for. Oh right, I need more than that for that. Right. Well, that's upsetting. Why must I always thwart my own plans by not remembering how things work? They really want me to throw another life away for it, huh? Well, I did say that, but is it worth 2 lives? Well, in for a penny, in for a pound. There we go. Tier 4 torque. Tier 4 units are very good, but that is a very all of our eggs in one basket scenario we're in here now with him. Let's go to the Golden Serpent. I've been to the Merchant of the Sands, as you can see by the fact I have some of that, but I've never been over here. Wandering through the Golden Desert, you stumble on a small tent, seemingly in the middle of nowhere. Stepping inside, you find yourself in a large tavern, somehow bigger than the petite pavilion let on. Inside, a heavily shrouded individual greets you from behind the bar. Welcome to the Golden Serpent. You're just in time. In honor of the grand tournament, we're hosting a little competition of our own. Think you're up for it? The prize is a namesake of our lovely establishment. So it's a drinking contest which gets a Serpentis, as well as a Power Stone, a Golden Serpent Scale, or the Golden Braid. Ooh.
I couldn't have chosen better myself.
Well, we're getting the Power Stone. Unfortunately, Serpentis is probably just going away because, again, it's a mythic which doesn't help any of our traits along. You quickly agree to the friendly competition, and one by one you outclass, outmatch, and outdrink your opponents until you're the last one standing. With prize in hand, you walk a bit wobbly out into the blistering sun. As you look at your trophy, you notice something in its mouth. You reach in and pluck the object from the serpent's maw, looking it over. As you do, you swear the statue moves a little, or perhaps it's just a side effect of your victory. So we got a bad necromancer and a magnetic mage coming up next. By Serpentis. So Power Stone, 15% attack damage. Yeah, it's been around for a little bit there, Smog. I only just picked it up recently, but how you doing today? Just getting rid of a notification while I'm doing that. There we go. So let's see, 15% attack damage, 15% of all attack damage dealt is stored into this item. When the wearer deals spell damage, the stored damage is dealt to the target as additional spell damage. Okay. Well, unfortunately, the one I would have wanted to put that on is already filled up. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully it gets better for you from here. Oh yeah, I could use the common duplicator to get the Sparky to tier 3. Yeah, sure. Well, it'll help get Sparky to tier 3, rather. On that note, let's give you the other meat. Give you the emergency chicken. 40% extra health, heal 1% max HP each second. On death, summon a 600 max health chicken that taunts and stifles all foes within 2 hexes for 5 seconds. Since he's likely to die, that's not a bad one to have. Now, this doesn't really give any of the right things to work with your mush turret. Your attack damage is one of the... In fact, it is the highest, so you would be the one that benefits from the attack increase the most. Go with that. So we've got Fey healers or bug mages, which obviously they're gonna have other things as well, but those are their main deals. I don't really use potions, so we'll go and deal with the magnetic mage. Okay, so they've only got tier 2 units, so we've still got a leg up tier-wise here. Sebastian. You go ahead and keep Sebastian busy. You're gonna hop over him and go after Ragno once you get your bomb off. Well, that's a shame on that roll. Oh well, I tried. Let's go. Yeah, because I figured that was just gonna be an immediate slaughter, which also gives good access to their back rank here. And I didn't want to have anybody sitting there wasting time with their tank too long. Nice and easy.
Decisive win. You're getting better at this.
Get us back that heart I spent dealing with my curses. So we got the game of chance and a bounty tail. We also don't need this Kepri, so we just sell that off immediately. And we'll start fishing. We don't have any copies of Sanctus yet, so I'm not going to worry about grabbing that one. Do I preemptively start stacking up Kragus? No, I don't think so. There we go, there's the free Sanctus. We could get a tier 2 Sparkles, but again, we don't really have a slot for that. In fact, I might actually bin them. It's been alright. Real tired today because I think I just didn't sleep that well either. Not 100% sure on that one. So let's see. Yeah, otherwise it's fine. No, nothing bad happened today, just a slow day a bit. Oof. Yeah, I can see why that would be a rough one. There's our upgrade for Sparky. Not attached enough to the mushroom one there. Ooh. Hopefully your hand has recovered since then. Like it wasn't seriously hurt. I feel like I need to just throw these sparkles away. Because I didn't feel like changing what I had set up today, ABC. And I am doing science with these anyway. Yeah, you know what, I'm just gonna get rid of those so they stop muddying the waters. I'm always doing science. Well, what is magic but a sufficiently advanced science? Yeah, because I don't have... Yeah, I'll risk it. See if I can fish out another Sanctus. Nope. Sure it is. It's combustion. Combustion is very scientific. It's just on a very grand scale. And very abrupt. In fact, spontaneous combustion is a concept. The ringing of a bell catches your attention. Following the sound, you find a mostly empty table consisting of a few dice and an empty tray. The dice seem to shimmer as though calling out to you. Looks like some kind of game. A tattered wooden sign covered in strange symbols catches your attention. As you approach, the runes on the sign once again transform into your native language. Roll the dice and press your luck. Don't risk too much, lest misfortune be struck. So I can get 2d6 star points, I can get cheaper rerolls, but I never get power rolls. Or we could gamble once again. I'm already super cursed, so we could always just gamble more. Yeah, with it.
Is that brave or foolhardy?
Yes.
Only one way to find out now.
So we can get a bunch of free rerolls, we can get a bunch of money, we can get the magic dice, but we can also get high roll. Let's see what we get. -3. Okay, we got the magic dice. And we got money. Do I gamble to try to get some more of the negative cards? Or do I take that, just get 3 curses, and not get the more or less guaranteed 5 curses? The answer is we keep gambling. There's the free experience. And damn it. Well, that's 10 star points though, so that's useful.
That's a bust. But the prizes are yours to keep.
I got everything I wanted out of that. One would never have guessed that a humble occultist would have such an affinity for gambling. Your eyes light up when you see the dice and you eagerly begin rolling those bones. It's not until the dice move to their holder of their own accord and the box slams shut that you realize you feel different, like something isn't quite right. Whatever you may have won, you hope it's worth the cost. And now we're gonna go back to the registrar. So before we spend any of our our money, we will go to the registrar, as we will get our next tier of units available. You once again find yourself in front of the office of a goblin registrar. He looks familiar, but the nameplate on the desk is different. Congratulations on not getting killed, future champion. You may now summon combatants from our premium dimension. Not that it'll help against Thea. Please gaze into the crystal while I realign your, chakra or something. I'm not paid enough for this. So now we get 2 more slots for uncommon, but we now have 2 slots for rare. You shrug and gaze into the crystal, watching the space inside swirl with lights and smoke. You don't feel any different, and after a few moments you look about the room once again to find yourself in some sort of goblin-owned store. Welcome to Bob's shop. Everything you see here is almost certainly new. Probably brand new. So we can get the emergency chicken, the staff, or the gloves. Or we could try going for getting like the healer or the horror or the orc or the mushroom banner. Those are the only banners we'd really want right now, since that would activate an effect. The engineer one wouldn't be bad either, though, to max out engineer without needing the 4th one. I'm gonna play for the banner. Okay, there's the orc banner. What does orc do? When orcs first fall below half health, they rage, gaining 50% damage resistance for 5 seconds. Each time an orc rages, all of your units get a 10% damage amp for the rest of combat. That would only be good if I actually had other orcs. Though the 10% damage amp wouldn't be bad. I have 2 more chances to potentially get either the maxed out engineer one, which gets us more ammo for the turret, a faster attack, and every 3rd shot is splash, or we get the horror effect, which 7 seconds into combat, the cosmic whispers drive everyone mad, stunning and stifling for 4 seconds, but my horrors are immune to the madness and instead gain a damage amp for the rest of combat. So really only Vulcanus would be immune to that, so that's not that effective either. And then the other option being Mushroom. Your units get 40 starting mana. When Mushrooms cast, they gain a spore that gives spell power, and they pass their spores around. The 40 starting mana is not bad to have, actually. I might be willing to gamble for that. Beast. Weller. Damn it. Oh well, I tried. Ooh, the Brain Leech Pendant, though. 10% lifesteal, 2 mana regen, and you steal 20 mana and 2 mana regen from somebody. Sure. We'll take that instead. Who am I putting that on, though? Actually, yeah, more mana regen for our healer is probably a good call. He hasn't had anything to work with. The lifesteal's not going to be too good for him. But lots of mana regen and some free mana right off the top isn't a bad thing. I could get a common and an uncommon duplicator if I invest 7. The uncommon duplicator wouldn't be too useful to me, though, because the only uncommon on my board right now is just Champignon. I think I might be better served just rolling as much as I can to try to get some rare units out. I might start cycling some of these folks out for higher end units. Of course, our matching one is the orc effect, not the other options. Survive would be good, but it doesn't fit what we've got going on at all. And I'm not paying health for another Sparky. Elos would actually kind of fit in, but kind of not. It's a shame I didn't hang on to the Lucky Clover for this point where I could try to fish for a rare with it. Theo is another horror. Trying to fish for either an elemental or an engineer, and I'm not getting the luck I'm hoping for there. This is what happens when you fish a little too deep. It's harming. Yeah, this plan is not working out. There's another Sparky. Oh, there's our elemental, Noctis. Noctis vanishes and unleashes 3 hits upon random enemies that deal 100% of its attack damage and spell power-based spell damage, which is a bonus, and every enemy struck is also stifled. That could be really good, but I'd have to give up... that doesn't work. That is a good trick, just doesn't do what I need him to do. I know I said I was looking for either the elemental or the engineer, but based on the results from this one, I think I would rather get the engineer. Oh, there he is, Tinker. And that would also put Faye back on the table. Tinker constructs a lightning orb on the ally with the highest attack damage and a frost orb on himself. After 5 seconds, each orb evokes. Lightning does 50 attack speed, and then when it evokes, deals 250 spell damage to a random enemy. Frost does 35 armor and heals Tinker for 400 health when it evokes. That's gonna be real good. I can't afford him right now because I spent too much money. I could get rid of one of these to get him, which I technically would have to do that. I would have to get rid of somebody on the board to put him in anyway. Problem becomes, I don't know who I would get rid of. But let's put a pin in that, because this will stay here anyway. I'd rather have the gloves. I feel like fighting this bunch might be annoying.
Bugs, are you?
Am I afraid of bugs? No. Am I afraid of what they might do to me? Yes. I'm gonna pay closer attention this time to individual performance, and whoever doesn't perform might be the one getting the axe here. I might actually swap out Champion now. It seems like he's not actually doing as much. Like, my melee guys are definitely getting a lot done. Even Sparky's actually doing some good work because he can hop to the back rank. Worst case, we try it out. If it doesn't make me happy, we can make changes. This also gets us Chiodini. Oh no, no, we kept Chiodini's haste, but I didn't realize he classifies as a tank. I didn't pay attention to that, so that actually fucks things up a little bit for us. He's also another melee, which is not entirely according to plan, but I think it might be okay. I'm very fly by the seat of my pants on this one here, so if my decision making doesn't make sense, that's why. Go ahead and give me back those items. Give you a glove, since you're actually getting some good work done with no items. This way he has higher attack speed and he'll get the Glove Master bonus. But now we're not benefiting from the Satyr ancestry at all, I don't think. Because we have a fighter, we have a caster, and we have a tank. I accidentally Holy Trinity'd. Now there's another Tinker, though. Do I keep risking more and more lives? The funny thing is, like, 90% of this team is still common units, and I just have one unrare on the team now that replaced the one uncommon I had. So I'm making it harder to get upgrades for at least one of the units on the team, which is just a bit funny. Well, one way or the other, let's go ahead and grab that. The alternative being I put into the vault. Now there's Titus, who also wouldn't entirely fit because he's a mage. He would give me more casters on the team, which I want, but it would not give me what I was aiming for in terms of... I don't think there is an elemental engineer. I'm pretty confident there isn't one. Because that would be entirely too convenient for my purposes. And I do think I might have just a fundamental conflict in the setup I have here because of that. Because I can't have maxed out engineer without losing at least the first layer of elemental. And I can't have maxed out elemental without going and making everything in the team elemental. So I've forced myself to have a quandary here because of the two groups I put together here. I was really hoping for that third Tinker. Oh yeah, we have this stupid thing in the middle of every... Why can't I sell you? Why can't I move you? There you go. It just wasn't letting me move him. I'm not gonna trade a heart for one Vulcanist, but I just wanted the space open. I realized I had something that didn't fit. So into the tomb we go. Far past the oasis's palms and pools, you see a monument. Lying on the horizon, it bears the image of a skeletal serpent, its form extruding from the desert stone. Stepping inside, you find nearly empty corridor. I feel like that's supposed to be corridors, or at least it'd be either that or you find a nearly empty corridor. I don't know which one they wanted there. I think A, probably. The walls lined with a number of stone serpentine soldiers standing ready to guard against any would-be pillager. So we have to do some trickery here. So our skill check reward is experience and a amount of curse. We aren't a gnome or a pirate, so we don't get a bonus to our roll here. Which definitely cost us.
It's not all bad.
Because now we get 2 curse. The long rows of imposing snake-like soldiers give you the feeling that the less time you spend in this room, the better. Wasting no time, you begin to sprint through the room, carelessly triggering a trap in the floor. By the time you are halfway through, the room is filled in a dense cloud of purple smoke. You pick up the pace, reaching the next room, but not before taking in a few deep breaths of that foul fog. As soon as you step into the next room, you step on a switch, followed by the sight of a massive boulder heading your way. So now we have acrobatics, which we're neither a high elf or a monk, so we don't get a benefit here either. But we'll either get flattened heavy, which takes away 15% max health, medium, which takes away 10, or light, which takes away just 5%. We could just leave as well. We could just take our 2 experience and just book. But in for a penny, in for a pound, once again. We got a 10, so we're getting... What?
That's not gonna do it.
Where? Why did the die landed? Why did it jump? Well, I got fucked there, so that's not ideal. You watch as the massive boulder charges towards you. Fear and panic quickly settling into your legs and freezing them in place. You close your eyes, hold out your hands, and manage to grip onto the rocky surface as it passes. Luckily, the rail the stone rolls on is deep enough that you don't turn into paste, and you roll with the stone all the way down the hallway, jumping off right at the end. In the next room, you see an Ophid shaman praying in front of a great stone depiction of the lunar serpent. So the temple guardian, which we need to persuade, which we do get a plus d6 for being a satyr here. We can either get heavily cursed, which stuns our lowest tier unit for 6 seconds, or 4 seconds, or 2 seconds. One way or the other, we're getting cursed here. But we get the Moon Blessing. Drop this on an allied tier 4 unit to upgrade it to tier 5. I'll go for it. I have a bonus here, so you know. 17, so we do get the least amount of curse.
Oh, you gotta be happy with that one.
If we had gotten a 20, we wouldn't have gotten cursed at all, but let's be real, we all expected that to happen. The shaman turns towards you, but instead of attacking, she welcomes you inside. She tells you that she's impressed that you have passed the test, and now all you must do is drink the moon venom. She says that by doing so, you will be granted the blessing of the lunar serpent. However, there may be side effects. You shiver as the tonic snakes its way down your gullet. It's certainly an interesting taste, to say the least. Your vision blurs, your head swims, and you realize that while it could have been better, it also could have been a lot worse. But we have to fight the Priest of Adelon on here. Which, this is a fight I've done, but I lost it the last time I was here. But we have the Moon Blessing, which we will drop on Torque because he's our only tier 4. So now he's tier 5. With nearly 3,000 hit points, 300% and spell power, still only 60 attack, sadly. But he's looking pretty good. He's looking pretty good. I also don't need to worry about any more copies of Torque, because I'm pretty sure 5 is the highest they go? I'm not sure about that. I've never seen higher than 5. As it stands, I probably should try to fish for a little bit more strength if I can get it. There's Fritz again. Power roll. Well, that's a shame. We're not getting our tier 2 Tinker. I'm gonna risk keeping Tinker out there though, and we'll give him the staff, which converts it to the magic cannon. 12 attack speed, 20 spell power. Every 10 attacks stun the target for 1 second and deal 250 spell damage modified by spell power. That's pretty good. I think he will do just fine. But we have to face off the against the unique mythic Adelon, and this fight, of course, will take 2 health off of us, which means we will lose completely if I lose this fight. And Adelon breathes ice, dealing 150 spell damage to enemies in a wide line and hobbling them for 4 seconds. That's not all he's got, of course. That's definitely not all he's got. He's got these 3 ice effigies, too.
Delicious grin that has your hairs standing on end.
Which are all tier 3, and Adelon itself is tier 4. But these effigies are the problem. Every second, the effigies take 4 mana from all of my units. That's gonna be for each of the effigies, so that's 12 mana a second being stolen, so our magic is basically useless. And when they do their active, they deal 150 spell damage to adjacent foes and stun them. So this whole melee pile we have going on here, gonna be a problem with that. I could try to fish for tier 3 Sanctus, and that's probably about the best I could fish for under the circumstances, because we're not gonna be able to get any higher with the other ones, probably. But higher Sanctus would be nice, so I'll risk it. And I didn't get it. Nope. Hang on to your butts, kids. This is gonna be a bumpy ride. Our magic's just getting locked down. But we are getting through the effigies quicker than I thought we would, so we might actually be okay. Or at least Vulcanus is getting through his. There we go, that's 1. That one will break down real quick now, too. Sparky's dead, all the effigies are gone, so now it's just 4 on 1. But that's 1 real strong one. We are chewing through him, though. I think we'll be okay. His bar is almost full, though, which is gonna sting. Nah, we got this. Was a little worried about that one for a bit.
I'm not gonna forget.
And now we can start recharging our health. Let's see, we can get a big old sack of gold for 18 gold. Our rare units gain a bunch of buffs, or in combat rooms, a random hex gains the Reaper modifier. A unit placed there gains 30 attack speed and 30% lifesteal. That'll be a hex on my side. I need to make sure to put a unit there to get the benefit. We are about to go to the shop, I think. But I think the Reaper benefit will be too good to pass up. We do also get our 6th unit slot, which solves some of my conundrum up here. And I think we'll go for the maxed out engineer.
The fanfare of drums lets you know you finally made it.
Welcome to the grand tournament. We visit the registrar's office one more time. As you reach the entrance to the grand tournament, a possibly familiar goblin explains the rules. There's no violence on the tournament grounds, no littering, gambling is only permitted at registered betting booths. Please report any solicitation to the nearest guard. If you're participating in the tournament, registration begins at noon. As you turn around, you recognize another member of the Dea. Hopefully they don't hold a grudge. Sudden intrusion. The heavy stone footsteps can only mean one thing. The granite golem Otto, with his calm demeanor, waves at you from the doorway. Hello, friend. Otto want to come see friend. Hope friend do well in tournament. Maybe Otto see friend in tournament. Get to play game this time. Good luck. Otto's chess units will be immune to crowd control. Good night, ABC. We shall see on that one. Yeah, since we displeased Otto, his units are now immune to crowd control, which means all our stuns are going to be useless. But we don't have too much going on with that, so that's not the worst thing. Well, at the very least, let's put the mushroom back on the board for the moment, because that gets us level 4 engineer. Which gets us that better turret. There is another rare engineer we could get, a dragon engineer, it looks like. Turns out I picked one of the smallest unit pools in the game, is I didn't really look at the trait pool there. Now the mushroom one's just as bad, though. But having 5 units in the pool is a bit rough. Because I think Elemental has more? Yeah, Elemental at least has 6, and Horror also only has 5. Healer only has 5. Okay, now that's not as bad a low trait pool as I thought. Some of them have 6, but most of them do only have 5. Okay. Let's see what ends up happening with these before we start fishing for units. So we either have the Centaur Derby or the Field Trainer. Do I feel like gambling on a horse race, or do I feel like getting some training? Training seems like the more productive choice here. A bellowing female voice catches your attention. Swing with your shoulders! Watch your feet! Breathe out when you release. A large orc woman smiles when you make your way into the training yard. She seems remarkably friendly despite her imposing stature. I haven't seen you before. Need some practice? Well, speak up! If a barbarian like you wants to win the tournament, you're gonna need all the help you can get. So, level 2 is free. That gives us Armed and Ready, Team Building, and the Quencher's Quill. It might be an and/or, I don't know which way that goes yet. The extra attack damage is nice. Team building is useless to us, especially at this point. And of course, the Quencher's Quill's not bad, but not especially important. The Meat Master benefit might be useful because we do have a couple guys with meat on them, so they'll get even more health. We can also hand out some more health. Marksman Warbanner is useless to us, so is Porciono. And then Knife Storm. In combat rooms, a hex in one of the middle 2 columns gains the Knife Storm modifier. Unit placed there gains attack speed and throws a knife at a random enemy that deals 80 spell damage every 5 attacks. Well, we could put our mushroom guy there and make his turret better that way, so that's not terrible. If I had more money, we could get at Mush Booms, Healer Boost, and Duelist Conjuring, which the Duelist Conjuring wouldn't matter, but the Healer Boost would be nice because that would get us level 2 healer for free. Yeah, I think this is our best choice. Oh, okay, it is a choice. That's a shame. Because I kind of want the Meat Master and the Knife Storm. But I think the Meat Master is more useful. Because that benefits more of my units instead of just one. We do still have a couple fights left to get through here, though. Before we get to the actual finale. Or at least the finale of the Grand Tournament. So let's see. Let's Sparky's still sitting here with, like, nothing to work with. Mallet of Mashing, though, I don't think is the right choice for him. Champignon doesn't have anything anymore because I took it all off of him and put it on Tinker. Which actually, before I make that decision, let's see what units would get. Okay, we can get our upgraded Tinker. This is gonna lose me health, but getting him to tier 2 is gonna be a big boon to his health, so he's gonna need that. There's Brim as well, our other engineer option. Let's see, Brim upgrades her hammers for the rest of combat. First cast, 30 extra spell damage on hit. Second cast, spell damage is dealt to adjacent targets. 3+, the next 3 attacks throw 2 hammers. Okay. You might actually replace Sparky. Because then we keep our 4 engineers, but I get a better front ranker. Because as nice as Sparky's jump is, he is falling off because he just dies now. So... oh, we'd lose our 3rd caster, though, by doing that. Do I replace Champing now? I don't think so. Then again, it is replacing range with range. But the thing is, he does spawn a turret, which essentially is giving me a 7th unit temporarily. But 3 and 3 for melee and ranged isn't the worst choice either. We'll try it for this fight. If it doesn't work out, we could switch back. Losing this fight won't kill us, because we have 2 hearts. There's another Tinker, but we can't really afford to keep throwing lives away for that right now. That would get me a tier 2 Sparky, which I don't think would turn into the 4. I also can't afford to be throwing lives away at this point. That one's more important because Sanctus has been falling behind for the longest time here. This means if we lose this fight, we die. But him being at tier 3 is helpful. Because it gets rid of one of the ones that was lagging behind a bit in that regard. And of course I get one that doesn't have the curse on it, so I didn't have to take the whole damage. Hate it here. I knew I was setting myself up for failure by doing that, but at the same time, you gotta risk it for the biscuit, you know? But based on positioning alone, I'm gonna put the meat on Tinker because they are up in the front. This way they have tons of hit points to hold them. And Sparky, I'm gonna steal your glove for the moment. And put that back on good old Mushroom Boy here. This way they get the Glove Master bonus and their turret benefits. Alright. Live or die. Live or die. Ghoul Horror or Orc Scrapper. I've lost to both of these in the past, so it's not like, oh yeah, I'll take the one I haven't lost to before. I've lost to both of these in earlier fights. Not in this run, but in general. Potion of Telekinesis or Mind Blight? I'd rather the Telekinesis.
It was hard to paint these when I barely even want to look at them.
That is so fair. Okay, they've got their own Vulcanus. They've got a Grundy, a Deadhead, Borzak, Lurch, and Zaffin. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put you here. You're gonna get the lifesteal because you're the big bruiser of the team. You need to live and tear and do terrible things to the enemy. You're gonna get the health potion. And here's open. So I'm kind of hoping that our Vulcanist can take their Grundy by himself. Well, not really by himself. He has range support, which is making quick work of that, as it turns out. The horror effect went off, but we held through. Yeah, we got this. We've got this under control. I'm not even sure if it mattered that much that I repositioned, but repositioning in that situation was a better idea than just letting it fly. Because otherwise, a bunch of them would have been fighting Grundy kind of pointlessly. We also got a Grundy, but we don't want that. Just sell that off. The amount of things I'm just leaving on the table here does make me sad, in case anybody's wondering. I mean, I risked it for the biscuit before. I didn't really get to keep an eye on Brim too closely to see how useful she was. But based on the fact we didn't lose, I'm going to assume things are okay at the moment. But I don't think I'm going to spend the heart here. Actually, how many fights are left? No, I think we lose straight up if we lose the fight after this, so I don't think it matters to lose the heart here, actually. So, that's a problem, though. Well. This is why you don't let yourself get this cursed. Because this situation just keeps happening where you literally can't draw a unit because all of them are cursed. And you only have one heart left. So we got El Dorito and a Tinker as team leads. Which means they probably have tier 4 engineers, so we'd have to be dealing with a turret. Alternatively, we have to deal with the Shaman Totem, though. And they have a bunch of stat bonuses because of the reptiles. So both of these are going to be kind of miserable to deal with. I think I do want the shield, though, because I can combine that with the meat. We'll roll one more time because we can afford it. And still be just as disappointed as before. Okay, wonderful. Love that for me. Anyway, I guess we're going to go fight Hothead. Okay, they don't have any, like, crazy high tier units. They do have maxed out Reptile, which I expected. So they have tons of buffs. They don't have... Let's see. They don't have a Jabber, I don't... Oh, no, there's Jabber. In fact, obviously they have all of the reptiles except one. They don't have... Who is missing? Oh, they don't have the other rare one. They don't have Prince Harming. So they don't have the buff from Prince Harming, which is just attack speed. But they do have a lot of bonuses coming in. So this might be scary. Do I want to move their Shaman forward? Probably. I probably want to set their Shaman up for failure. You get the Reaper bonus again. You come here. You come hang out with the front rank, and with the rest of the kids. Is this whole Termina thing needs to not happen. I'm not getting moon crashed. No, thank you. No, with all the buffs they have, they're just chewing Vulcanus up anyway, so this is not going well. There's the chicken for the taunt. Did not last that long either. We are ahead in kills, though, so I think we're okay. Yeah, they've got 2 units left, and we have most of ours, so we won. It just was a little touch and go there for a bit. Alright, there's our heart back, so I can deal with cursed units a little bit more. And we did get a Jabbar, but we're just going to throw that away for money. Problem is, if I exchange a heart for either of these, the odds of me getting another one of them without having to exchange yet another heart I won't have is highly unlikely. Cauldron of Milo. Every 5 seconds, taunt and hobble adjacent foes for 3 seconds. After falling below half health, the wearer gains 20 armor for the rest of the combat. That's actually be really good for Tinker, since they are meant to be our tank. They're just a little low tier for that to be the best idea. There's Kragus, but we don't have a space for Kragus. Sad. I should have been investing more, so we could have gotten, like, the rare duplicator or to solve this problem, but it is what it is at this point. No. Yeah, that'll at least get you to tier 2. There you go. This way we don't have any tier 1 units on this team. That was kind of my worry there. I don't want anybody that's too far behind. So we can meet the architect or a suspicious figure. Let's go talk to the architect, because I presume they're the one responsible for all my curses. As you wander through the crowd of spectators, one patron catches your attention. A small individual with a long white beard. But the most striking feature is his bright blue robe, covered in arcane script that you recognize from many signposts you've seen along your travels. He beckons you over, looking you up and down. You're a satyr, huh? Well, I like a good underdog story. So how do you like to play a game? Of course, there's no catch. Honest. You take him up on his offer, but that grin of his makes you wonder. So we got the Traveler's Charm. While below 0, a curse causes units to appear in the store as tier 2. That would have been good if I, you know, wasn't at 17 curse. Let's see what his game is. Oh, it's this again. Okay. So let's see. We've got Incense, which can remove some curse. Masterwork Incense, which can also remove some curse. The Incense Grinder, which can give to spend money to get incense. And the Mischief Maker. Every time you roll a cursed unit in the store, this gains a charge. Activate it to gain 5 star points and remove 1 curse per 10 charge, then destroy it. When acquired, lose all other rewards from this event, including the Traveler's Charm. And it is a plus 99, so you're definitely getting 5 curse if you touch this. So this is a fucking minefield right now, because that thing is gonna ruin my whole plan here. Which means I'm gonna pull it immediately. Okay. 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 That's 8 curse off of me. For once, I'm taking and leaving.
Definitely be worse.
I'm walking away from that. 8 curse out of my 19 is fine enough for me. You play for a bit, but something about that smirk seems almost sinister. Something about him seems tricky, and you decide to stop before you get in too deep. That's all? You sure? Very well. Can't say I'm not disappointed, though. I was hoping you'd be a bit more adventurous. A noise catches your attention for a moment. When you look back, you find nothing but the sweet scent of incense and a tiny wooden sign. Oh, so we do have one more fight. I did calculate wrong. Let's get rid of as much of our curse as we can and see if I can pull something here. Now there's a Tinker. One that I can have and one that I can't. But we're not going to be able to do anything else with this anyway, because I can't buy the other Tinker that I would need to get him to tier 3. But I might be able to get it on the next spin round if we win this fight. I feel like I have to fight the Shrinkomancer, though, to get enough money. Ooh, knock an enemy out of combat for 6 seconds isn't bad. Igniting them for the entire combat's also pretty good, but I think we do have to go Shrinkomancer here, which is going to be rough because they're going to have maxed out Engineer too, which means we're going to be getting gunned down by our own shenanigans. Oh no, they don't have maxed Engineer, they have maxed Mushroom. Okay, interesting. Rotate you around, put you there. In fact, actually, put you there, you'll walk in and fight these two. He's gonna hop over, so he's not the biggest issue. And this is gonna have to play out that way, because there's nothing else I can do here. Oh, their archer also hopped to the back. I didn't even notice that till now. That's a little bit of an issue. But we are winning this reasonably handily. Because thankfully we've got some durable back rankers, so even if they hop back there, we don't just lose.
Well, that shows me up, I guess.
Oh, and we did get a Sparky, though, so now we have a tier 4 Sparky, which now makes my life interesting. I could just turn him into 9 money, though, to try to fish for higher units. I'll think about it. We got the Debonair Scientist and the Daredevil to deal with. Well, it'll depend on what I end up fishing up, I suppose. Though I probably should spend the 1 hit point to get the tier 3 Tinker. Oh, right. I counted wrong again. It's fine. Because we'll totally get another Tinker, wink wink. We totally did, except he's gonna hurt me again. I need to stop counting wrong. I keep thinking that the third one... that these two count as the third one for him, but that's not how that works. Well, I can roll a couple more times, though, and potentially get a not cursed Tinker. Game's making fun of me now. Yep, the game's just sitting here, just nah, 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 nah. Okay, we'll make the money, then. Still cursed. Wouldn't you know it, still cursed. Also cursed. There's a Sanctus. We might be able to get a higher tier one of those. You can't see it, but I'm shaking my head. Though I feel like y'all would immediately assume I'd be shaking my head at this situation. Well, let's try to roll for that Sanctus, I guess. I hate it here. I hate it here. I've spent too many lives. Ah! RNG, you are a son of a bitch. Well, we can potentially get that Sanctus after this, though. So do we want to deal with shamans and orcs, or mages and skeletons? Skeletons are fucking upsetting, so we'll just deal with this.
Full forces of ritual and mysticism stand against you now.
Tier 4s almost all around, huh? Yikes! What am I most scared of? Actually, let's knock Bulwark out of the fight for 6 seconds. Because I think that'll mean that these two walk past him and go beat up their back rank. If I'm wrong about that, we're in trouble. Yes, they are going to go around him. Perfect. That does mean he's going to chew up our back rank, but we'll have cut through theirs before he wakes up. So that's absolutely going to be fine. Besides, Bulwark's a tank. He doesn't do much damage. So that worked out perfectly. We cut their damage immensely before they even knew what was happening. I do probably think that I should have kept that potion for the final battle, but I'd rather get there and lose than die here.
Even seemed a challenge for you.
Yep. Sell off the rhyme. Now, do I spend the heart on that Sanctus? I think yes. Because now we have tier 4 Sanctus as well. Still only heals 2 because we would need to have higher elemental for him to heal more. But he heals for quite a bit. Does mean I'm probably not seeing tier 3 Tinker without a lot of rerolling. Sword. Here, you can have it. You don't have anything yet, so it's only fair that you get something. Investing would be smarter at this rate, but for some reason I'm stupid and keep on rolling. Look at all these cursed tinkers. I could have had a tier 4 by now if there wasn't all these curses. Let this be a lesson, not to push your luck so hard. 'Cause that's the lesson here, for sure. Go to the registrar once again. Yet another moderately recognizable goblin is checking the names of tournament contestants. Next to him, you see a list of rules for the tournament. The tournament consists of 8 competitors in a single elimination style qualifier. All standard rules apply. Cheating is strictly forbidden. Please register your team at the left before proceeding. So we can buy one last set of stuff. We can get the horror banner, except we don't have enough money actually, so ignore that I just said that. Give me a crystal. His mana regen is gonna be nice to have. Which of you two is gonna get that, though? That's the more important question here. It becomes either the Leech Knife Sheath or the Gauntlets of Grace. I like the idea of the Leech Knife Sheath. 15% attack damage, 2 mana regen. Every 3 seconds, gain a Leech Knife. Throw all Leech Knives at random foes on cast. Leech Knives deal 100% of the wearer's attack damage as spell damage and have 100% lifesteal. Yeah, that was probably better for you to have that than the other thing. Okay. I could power roll, but the odds of me doing anything with that is non-existent because I wouldn't get enough of anybody to do anything with that unless I sold the Tinkers. Which... actually, I probably should just sell out of the Tinkers and try for something here. But how much do they sell for? They sell for all 3. Because I could try to, like, fish for a tier 4 Volcanus. It's probably my best place to try to fish for. Yeah. Because if I roll even once, we're out of that, so... Okay, okay, we got one. That one's cursed, can't have that. It's not happening. I tried. This game loves to taunt me. Because I don't think I get a chance to buy anything now. I think now that we're in, we're in. But I made one last play. And we're fighting Kyodini straight away. So, Kyodini, of course, brings their own unique mythic units to battle. So they've got the Darkness 5, Frisky 5, Pangorban, and Cisco 5. They're all tier 5, as you see there. Thankfully, we haven't pissed Kyodini off, so we don't actually have an extra modifier against this one. They've got 2 Tome, which gives 10 spell power, and Frisky and Darkness skills gain special effects. They've got 4 out of 2 Mythics, because they can cheat and have more than 2 Mythics. So they've got all that Valor shit going on. And then they've got 2 Vanguard, which gives their front 2 units, which is these 2, who 10 armor... Oh no, this one gets it too, right, because it's 2 columns. Extra armor, max health shield, and everybody else gains spell power. Joy! Okay, at least the Vanguards are the ones in the AoE of that already, so it's not like this one's a Vanguard, so it would also get it or something. Well, same as usual. Give you the bonus because you're my highest tier unit. You're my only tier 5 and my only hope here. Let's do this, because there's nothing else I can do to change this situation. Yeah, look at how slow that health bar is moving. Oh, there we go. Now that we're through the shields, now we're chewing. We're good. We got this. Volcanus is dead again, but that's kind of to be expected at this rate, I think. Okay, them all being tier 5 didn't do as much as I thought it would. Hearts no longer matter, of course, but we're not gaining any from these fights either. So it's us against that one now, Sky. 2 ballistas to support her army. Okay, they're not all tier 5 at least, but there is the 2 extra ballistae instead. And you'll notice we didn't get any money, which is why I can't do anything. We did... Wait, no, we did get frisky, so I hate it here. I hate it here so much. If I had just waited, I would have been able to potentially do a thing here. Well, we can try to get something from Necromancy here to then potentially allow us to move things around. This might still be okay. Move you 2 up so that they really focus you, and then hopefully you can just kind of toddle on into the back rank and chew through. So you're probably going to walk up there and get in the fight with the snail and everything. Yep, you sure are, you idiot. You had such a clear line to go to their back rank and go fuck things up. It's fine. We're still winning. It just would have been so much cleaner if Hammer Boy had gone walk into the back rank and just had fun. Look at the chicken surviving and thriving and fighting.
That's a well-deserved win.
Okay, we're at least gonna get to the final battle of the tournament, which, to no one's shock, we're fighting Otto because I pissed off Otto. And we did get a Torque. It's a shame that Torques are tier 5. We'll take a look at all this stuff they've got going on here in a second. Remember, they're immune to crowd control and they only have statues. So sell the Torque because there's no point in having that because, again, tier 5. This does give me 1 reroll's worth of space, but I wouldn't be able to do anything with that information. So my only play is still to try to get to tier 4 Vulcanus, I think. And that's not that good a play here. I may as well try, because there's nothing else after this. And, of course, didn't work out. So... yeah. So we've got Pawn 4. Delivers an uppercut, stunning its target for 1 second, dealing spell damage. It also generates bonus mana, which means it's going to get another uppercut. The King swings wildly with his sword, or dealing 250% of attack damage to all adjacent enemies and knocking them back. Gains shield for every enemy hit, so I kind of want to get people away from the King, where possible. But there's not really going to be a way to do that under the circumstances. But thankfully it's adjacent, so since he's going to go fight the Knight, we don't have to worry about that too much. It's only going to be Vulcanus as far as that goes. But the Knight swears a bond of protection upon the nearest ally, granting them a 200 HP shield. While the Knight lives, all bonded units gain 20% damage resist. Well, that's upsetting. And then we have the Queen. Queen conjures magic orbs, then sends them in 6 directions, returning them to her after a delay. Doing 416 spell damage to enemies hit. Then the Rook. Rook hammers the ground, creating a shockwave in 4 cardinal directions, dealing 380 spell damage to enemies and stunning them for 2 seconds. And then finally, the Bishop. Bishop casts healing energy bolts in 4 diagonal directions, restoring health to allies hit. Wonderful. Well, here we go. There's nothing I can change at this point. Okay, they're ignoring the King, which is perfect. That's exactly what I would have wanted them to do. And now the King is going to crumble. The Knight's losing to Torque as expected. This actually went way smoother than I expected it to. I really thought that was going to be a problem. Because those units looked intimidating, but I guess we just have that good a set going right now that we actually won that.
Well earned, you've bested me this time. But now I know your strategies for the next session.
So technically this is actually me still managing to beat a game today because I hadn't beaten this yet. Ultimate victory. We get a bunch of mastery for all the various fights we did, all of the side effects that happened, like the perfect boss I had and all the curse. And with all that mastery, we can unlock more mechanics and more things. We'll go ahead and grab Brax the Breaker. I'm just gonna leave the token users alone for now because I want to get things that are further along. We'll come back for that later. Grab Aspiration Power so we actually can have an Aspiration as well, which gives us some other starting stuff. Exotic Waves. The better stock was tempting, but this way we can also get Inquisitor Core, so we have a bunch of stuff that we can work with here. Oh, exotic wares, not waves. I don't know why I read it that way. I think the shops will have these now. But hey, we got a win. So the elemental engineers actually did manage to turn that around. I really thought that was going to go wrong. We have time probably to do one more if it ends up being a winning run again. More than that, obviously, if it doesn't work out. And obviously we now have higher difficulties we can go to as well. So we'll obviously do Challenge Climb 1. So enemy combatants will have unique passives, and they have an additional rune after floor 1. So we've got Throkor, who is Gold Dragonkin, so as long as there's at least 2 traits active, if they gain 20% damage resistance, they start with a random war banner but less gold, and their aspiration is to sow chaos. This really does seem like a fitting one for me then. Start the run with a Rainbow Slime Vial, which transforms the unit into one of higher rarity. So I can skip straight up to a higher rarity unit. Brax has Half Giant, gain block, a totem with 600 HP that remains in combat to block damage and can be equipped. While not in the training yard, if block survives combat, gain a star point. Class Monk. Virtuous Patience. If you start a non-training yard combat with 5 or more star points, gain a unit of the highest available rarity after combat. So it's like a better Necromancy. Okay. And then Aspiration Make Friends. Tavern Party. Start the run with 4 random common units. Okay. And your aspiration was gain knowledge. Start the run with a Book of Banishment, which can remove 5 units from your run, increasing the odds that you see others. That would have been incredible in the run we just had. That would have been really fucking good. Your aspiration was write a book. Start the run with 2 extra experience. That's kind of meh. And yours is find love. Ooh, start the run with 2 uncommon units. That's actually a good starting move too. But I feel like I need to be on brand both with the Dragonkin and the Sowing Chaos, at the very least doing this once. And the random war banner will be fun too. Because I may just like pick my setup based on that.
The burning sands.
We're starting with the desert, interesting. So we've got a Beast War banner, so I guess we could try playing for beasts then. And I'm gonna save the Rainbow Slime Vial till I get somebody tiered up, I think. Because since we have the War banner, it doesn't actually matter if we end up with somebody that's not a beast, is we can just give them the Beast War banner. Yeah. I like this plan. This plan is a plan. I can't say it's a good plan, but it is in fact a plan. What are the Dweller options? Is there a beast? There is a Beast Dweller, but there's only 1. So I'd need 3 Dwellers to get a Geoguk, which has ruined my day so many times because them having the extra unit by having Geoguk kept throwing me off because I wasn't paying attention to that. But in order to have beasts, there's only 1 Beast Dweller. And I need 3 Dwellers. So that doesn't really work. So we're not going for Dweller. There's Gibbs, who's a beast. How many beasts are there? There's 5, and I need 2 for their first bonus and 4 for the second one. Okay, that kind of works though. That's actually not bad. I can work that angle. So we got Gibbs. What am I gonna pair them with though? Because the odds of me getting more stalkers I don't think are great. What are the other stalkers? They also only need 2 for stalkers, so I don't think that there'd be too much value in specifically picking that. Beast and Fae, maybe? That could be an interesting one. If I go Beast and Fae, I'm guaranteed to have the option at least of having stalkers on the team because there's a Fae stalker as well. And then if I do that, I grab Absurd Sparkles straight off to start the Fae track going. And it does only take 2 Fae for the starting version of that as well. Yeah, you know what? We'll go that angle. We'll start primarily going for Beasts and Fae, and if we have something we can easily fill out, we'll go from there. Well, there's a tier 2 who sparkles immediately. I feel like this is a sign. Zuzu is another beast. So now we have our first point of beast going, which gets us when any non-temporary enemy dies, your unit's frenzy, gaining 15 in attack speed for 6 seconds. Beasts gain double frenzy. So these two are going to get 30% attack speed if any enemy dies, and he'll get 15. That's fine. Oh yeah. That's our one dweller as well. We've got so many Sir Sparkles showing up. This is... You know what? Fine. Here, we'll just put 2 of you on the board for now. I'm not gonna bother rolling right now because it won't help anything. We'll give you the sword, because you are gonna be going and causing mischief with your damage increase. And we'll go with that. This is not actually going that great at the moment, though. I can't help but notice that Gibbs went down pretty quick, but a lot was attacking Gibbs, to be fair, so... I can't be too mad about that.
A solid victory.
There's the unusual armory again, which I'm very tempted by. I think since we're so early on, I might actually use the potion on Sir Sparkles, because it'll get us a tier 2 uncommon super early. Problem is that may end up screwing up my whole use Fae as my secondary plan, because it may be something completely off the board, which may become what my secondary will be instead. Let's do this. No, it's still Fae. It actually worked out. Unbelievable. Never punished. Never punished. Now we can grab Lightwing. Why do I feel like we're gonna end up like primary Fae, secondary Beast here? Just because of what's actually showing up. So obviously we'll middle this around as needed. Middle it, muddle it, shuffle it. I could get our second healer, but we don't have space for him. We also used Sanctus last time. I don't really want to repeat. I know that's a silly thing to be, like, avoiding, but it's just one of those things. We could Lucky Clover. And no, we don't have any other common beasts or anything. The only other stalker that's common doesn't help. And we have all 3 of the common fae. Well, we have the 2 common fae and 1 uncommon fae. So yeah, there's no real point in fishing for one we don't already have, because we have all of them. So let's just try to upgrade then. Well, we got our Lightwing upgrade. There we go. So now we have a tier 2 unit. Oh right, I can't have 5 units yet anyway. I'm being very silly. You do put shields on allies. I think I'm better off doing this. This is gonna mean Gibbs gets shit on. Unless he happens to be one that gets the shield. But I think just having a tier 2 instead of a tier 1 is probably the better call. The only difference being less armor, particularly. That whirlwind, though, can be nice. I have used Lightwing in the past. We will take the armory again. Now, the question I have to ask myself is, do I just try to avoid getting any curse this time? And I think the answer to that is yes. I would love that extra item slot, but that hobble... Then again, hobble's only slow. Oh, isn't it? Oh, they do 30% less damage as well. Ew. How long is it? 20 seconds. 20 seconds is a long time with the way these fights go. We do end up getting a lot of equipment, so that 4th slot is going to be powerful later. It's just going to hurt early. I'll risk the early pain.
You don't know you'll win, right?
And this is a slightly different set of text, so I'll read this first. Well, yeah, I'll read the whole thing because this is a little different too. Laying on the table, a girdle full of weapons calls out to you, as if begging for a new home. Not being one to deny such a simple request, you decide to take the belt and everything that comes with it. As soon as you pluck it from the table, it becomes lighter, the gear strapped to it fading into a purple smoke. The fog wraps around you for a moment and fades. That is when you notice the sign has changed. A humble warning you did not heed, a curse upon you for your greed. We'll just be fighting the unlucky lass, which we should be fine. We have 2 tier 2 units and all of that. So they have a Sanctus, a Monty, a Zuzu, and a Shelly. So they just got a mess going on. They do have 2 reptiles, so they do have the reptile bonus. So they got attack damage and armor. So this might actually get a little ugly, but, you know. We're toying with things here. Yeah, this is about as expected. He just gets shit on, and we might actually lose this early fight because my front line's too fragile now. That's what I was afraid of here, because the amount of tanking that's happening is a problem. We do keep getting their snake turned into a sheep. Okay, hang on, it's 2-2 now. It's about to be 2-1. Yep, Sanctus is a sheep, and the other opponent's about... Nope, the heal came in at the wrong time. It's over. We almost won that. That's what I was afraid of with the swap I made. This is why you don't make certain changes too early, especially when you have a massive slowdown. I don't need a combat recap game. I know what I did wrong. Fuck off. Well, we don't have anything that'll benefit from team building here. We could get the Quencher's Quill. 25 spell power for 10 seconds really isn't that big a deal, so I think I'll take the Quill. That's 20% health. And Unfortunately, Serpentis, once again, is a mythic, so it won't end up playing into any of the things I'm working for here. So we'll go to the Merchant of the Sands this time, though we don't have a ton of money to buy anything with, so it might still not be a good idea. But based on how that went, I'm actually gonna take Glitter off, even though Glitter lived longer. Lightwing did more damage. So Lightwing will move fights along better. We'll put a Glitter back in when we have more room. And we just need to get everybody else's game up a bit here. So on that note, you'll go ahead and take the Quencher's Quill. I'm actually... nah. Give Zuzu the sword. So Zuzu does spell damage as well, so that's... the whole thing. Oh, it makes... that's actually kind of helpful. Whatever target Zuzu drains becomes tasty and heals the ones that hit them. Zuzu's better than I gave them credit for being. Keep that in mind. So many Sir Sparkles. Which we did briefly use Sir Sparkles last time too. But since he wasn't on the final team, that's why I'm giving him another chance. And you can't really do Fae without Sir Sparkles. Doesn't really work. RNG has once again waved a middle finger at me. Wonderful, wonderful. What do you got from Merchant? Is that a mirage? No. No, that's just someone basking in the desert sun. In front of him, a large carpet full of antiques and oddities soak up the sunlight. As you approach, he lifts up the brim of his sun hat to look at you, a beaming smile across his face. Beautiful day, friend. I'm glad to see you stopped by. Browse and peruse, ruminate and contemplate everything as a prize. We do get our first item for free here. So let's see what we want. We can get an Onamori, which gives 3 incenses, which gets rid of Curse. We can get the Ponderer's Stone, which give all enemies 15 spell power.
They will outlive you.
But whoever puts it on has 100 spell power. The Anchor, which gives 10 armor. Equipped units start combat with 1,000 in health shield lasting for 5 seconds. Or the Hand Drill, which is 18 attack speed, and when the wearer attacks an enemy with a shield, it becomes a critical hit. I think I'm gonna take the Anchor, because I can put that on Sir Sparkles and make him really annoying to get rid of.
We weave our tread in the dreams of the gods.
Sure, what he said. So he's got 2 fancy items on him right now. So he's got 30 armor, extra health, and double his health bar and shield, essentially. Like, a shield that ends up putting him to double his health. So we got the Doomsayer and the Rain Dancer. The Rain Dancer puts mud tokens on all non-edge spaces, which makes, I presume, everybody go slower. 20 seconds into combat, a meteor impact stuns all units for 5 seconds and deals 250 spell damage with the Doomsayer. I feel like I can still handle the Doomsayer, because I bet I'll be in a position where his units will die to the meteor and mine won't.
It's viable. It's usually viable. Yeah, it's probably viable.
His units are going to be more fragile than mine. You are a tank. You're just going to move your way down to us anyway, but we'll do this so you're more encouraged to do so. And we'll position like that. Yeah. Because I want to try to overwhelm Khepri before Khepri can make their jump, if at all possible. Yep, there we go. Overwhelmed their jumpers so they can't go for our back rank early. Gibbs is really just so fragile, though. So, of course, Gibbs is the one who died out of our team. Still, we got this, though. They've only got 1 against 3. I'm not surprised Sparkles survived this, though, considering the amount of buffs on Sparkles right now. No, didn't actually survive the whole fight, but close enough.
Of course.
That could have gone way worse. If that meteor had come down at a different time, everything would have been so bad. So these are all still useless to us. I almost reflexively grabbed a Vulcanist because we were looking for one so much before. Really not giving me any of the beasts. There we go. All I had to do was complain about it. Now we got a tier 2 Zuzu. Gibbs is the one who really needs the tier 2 more because he's up front and just getting kinda shit on. But one problem at a time. We go for the library again. We have less levels this time, so the library would be more beneficial to us, but a contract might be good too. Now, I'll take the library, and I think I'm just gonna take the book and walk away, so we don't get cursed more. It's less interesting? Yeah, and I don't think we're even gonna get past level 6, so...
The house always wins in the end anyway.
Because we ended the last run at, what, level 7? So I don't think the reduction is gonna be an issue. You peruse the selection of all the novels this odd library has to offer, settling on an all-time classic, The Great Goblin. Such a masterpiece deserves to be enjoyed, so you decide to take it with you. As you cross a hidden boundary, however, the book seeps in eerie purple fog, transforming the tome into the Principe of Mahemio. The sign looks different too. And that's the same warning as before, so I'm not reading that one again. We go to the registrar, which I should have waited for the registrar before cycling, because we would have had a chance at uncommons. It's fine. We can also try to pull an uncommon beast. This is all the same text as before, so I'm not reading that again. Ooh, we could get the Stalker banner, and then we get the Stalker effect without needing... Oh no, I don't have 14, I have 13. Buying a sword. You all know why. Get our level up. We could also further our Fae ambitions instead and grab Corvid. I feel like I do want one of the beasts. Ooh, 0.5% of her max HP as bonus spell damage on hit. Okay, so if I just make Coda into a big soak of health, that becomes power. Okay. I think I'm more inclined toward Gale right now, though, because we kind of have Sparkles as our soaker right now. I don't really need two of them. Because the idea is going to be I'm going to replace Gibbs with Gale. At least for the time being. Till it plays out that one or the other gets more options down here. Or I get my extra slot, whichever happens first. All units are grown, which I presume does the opposite of shrink. Yeah, grow gains damage resistance but deals less damage. So it's just gonna be a slower fight across the board with the Gigantomancer. We've fought the Shrinkomancer before, but they are giving more money, so we are gonna do that again. And our free bonus is Buckler Master, Mushroom Mark, or Mana Flow. Mana Flow in combat rooms, a hex in one of the two rear columns gains the Mana Flow modifier. The unit placed there gains 50 starting mana and plus 2 mana regen. Not bad, but I'm gonna take the Buckler Master. This is a free item, which gets rid of more of the people that are getting hobbled. Specifically, I can give it to Lightwing so they're not hobbled anymore. And any units equipped with a Buckler For a buckler completed item, gain 25 spell damage to adjacent foes when attacked. Which that's not as good for Lightwing to have, so I may actually just let that go. About the hobbling, and give that to one of these two instead. I could also give Lightwing the Beast Banner, actually. So that they get the attack speed increase. And then all I would need is to add one more beast to have maxed out beast. But am I keeping Lightwing long term? I can get an item remover though, so that's not to worry about it too much. Here, you are a beast now. And then I give the buckler you and make the dueling sigh, yeah. Dueling sigh gives the stats of both of them, but makes them immune to crowd control. Every 5 times they're hit, ignore the next incoming attack. So basically every 6th hit doesn't land, which is helpful. We're not going to use the mana potion right now. I think we're fine. I don't like this layout here, though. We will disregard the Sebastian for the moment. Oh, Gale's ranged. I didn't even think of that. That's a problem. Because now we're back down to 1 unit in the front again. This might go poorly. This is gonna mean that Sparkles is just gonna get chewed to pieces. But we got their Kep pretty quick, so we're probably fine. There goes Gale, spinning off to hit the back rank. I really need to pay more attention to that little range number down there, but I think... When I think of Scrapper, I don't think ranged. Vera, thank you for the raid. What were we up to today? Hopefully you all had a good time. Just a chill day here. We're putting auto battle sets together to see how it works out. But welcome in, everybody. We'll have our tale of two tales here. You find yourself in an unusual oasis where two Dea seem to be arguing about something. Kyodini, a jovial Jin, gesticulates toward the calm, elderly giantess known as River, as they explain the superiority of narration. Believe me, young lady, words are worth 1,000 pictures. There y'all are. Welcome in, welcome in. In case Twitch ate the words, thank you for the raid, Vera. What were you up to today? Hopefully you all were having a grand day here. And hey there, Mercury. As you approach, the two look at you, the Jinn beaming brightly. Perhaps you'd like to help settle a friendly dispute between us. Ooh, Control. I tried Control and I never actually got around to finishing that, but it is a very good game. Absolutely. So we can either compliment River's tapestry, or talk about reading and get benefits from Kyodini again. Based on the war banners we're getting here, I might go with River. Probably. I feel like I've talked to Vale about out Control before. Oh yeah, it can be rough in places. I think I will favor River here. Kyodini guffaws, sounding like a clap of thunder echoing from all directions as the book disappears in a puff of smoke. Well, you know what they say, bad choices make good stories. We shall see how our story unfolds when next we meet. Sand and wind gather around the Jinn, and in an instant they disappear. Smiling at the thought of showing up one of her friendly rivals, River presents a variety of beautifully crafted banners for you to pick from. Yeah, it really is one of those days. Like, I woke up tired and just did not fully recover, so that's why we're doing something chill today instead of what I normally do on these weekend sessions, which is try to finish a game. But we ended up getting a win, so technically I finished a game today anyway. Dweller, Reptile, neither of which are that useful to me. Because, yeah, there's no Fey Dweller. And we have the only Beast Dweller already. So that doesn't work. I'll just have these be cheaper. And that'll make River happy as well. You look over the delicately crafted tapestries, admiring the intricate stitchwork that makes the banners so beautiful. In awe, you ask River to share with you the story of her people. The saga of her tribe lie within the threads of the pennants, telling of war and peace, prosperity and hardship. Thousands of years of history told in vibrant colors. River thanks you in her own silent way, and you sense that your kindness will be rewarded in the future. But we have to fight the Priest of Adelon again, which is gonna be a little ugly, but first, well, let's roll for some units and see what we can get. Hope you like gambling, because there's a lot of gambling involved here. And of course, if any of you need to run off to take care of yourselves, please do so. Okay, there's an extra Gibbs. If we can get a third one, he'll become tier 2. Which he would probably then take Gale's place back and be our second frontliner. If we can win this fight, we'll get another unit space and things will get a little easier. Or in that regard. Why are there so many Sir Sparkles? I'm taking one anyway because we need to get him to tier 2, but just like, we had a tier 2 one before for those coming in late. And I changed him into this fairy that's sitting over here waiting for an empty space to be available as well, so it's a whole thing. Like, obviously it's good to get more copies, but it just boggles the mind when you just keep getting so many sometimes. Alright, let's see how they align their force.
This is what their priests look like. You'd hate to see a sinner of Adelon.
Frozen effigies, yeah, we know about the mana drain. Thankfully there's only 2 effigies this time as we're fighting him earlier rather than later. Yep, I think that's the best we're gonna do. Just gotta hope that having a couple tier 2s is gonna make this go well. I don't like that Zuzu got distracted by the other effigy. I would rather they all focus fire on one, but it's fine. There we go, there we go. Yeah, we got this. It'll be fine. Because now that we're not getting our mana drained all the time, Sparkles can keep himself healed. And he'll also be getting shields from Lightwing. And there we go. That's our first boss down. Sad DM noises. Yeah, that checks. Boss encounter just gets destroyed. Ooh, there's Coda. We do want Coda. That may very well actually just take Gibbs' spot entirely as our other frontliner. Because I know I said I only wanted one up front soaking, but thinking about it, with how easy Gibbs is dying, I think we do actually need 2 soakers.
The Great Furnace. The pinnacle merger.
Ooh, I've not been to the
magic
Clockwork
and
Industries
science.
yet. This will be an interesting one to deal with. Because I unlocked that before we started today's session. So now we have maxed out Beast, which means we'll gain a bite immediately after they frenzy, which means whenever one enemy dies. And we also start combat with frenzy. So their first attack will be bite, which will heal, and then after the first enemy dies, we'll get healed, which will be good. That heal's probably going to be important. The only downside to taking Gibbs off the roster is the fact that sword's stuck there at the moment. But we'll get an item remover the next time I go to a shop and get that fixed. Based on that, though, I'm gonna get rid of the spare Gibbs we have and just not worry about raising him up. He'll just stay there till I can replace his parts. There's also Fritz, though, the Fey Defiler. Problem is, I have 2 tier 2 Fey already, one of which isn't even getting used. I'm actually going to go ahead and invest in the vault here, so we get our common duplicator. Yeah, let's try to just fish for guys we already have. Nope, nothing. Alright, RNG does not favor us this day, and that's nothing new. When struck by an attack, units deal 30 damage to their attacker, or saw blades whenever a unit casts. You know what? The saw blades flying around is gonna be funny. That's 9 points. Nope, funny. We're doing the funny option. Okay, so they've got a tier 2 torque, tier 1, oh no, a tier 2 bulwark, tier 2 mushroom, tier 1 Gorbin, tier 2 Vex. This is not great. They got a lot of tier 2s, and I only have 3 this time. Let's give some mana to you straight away. Because I'm hoping that starting shield will help. You know, there's the saw blades coming into play. Because what we want to do is get rid of Torque fast so he doesn't do his big fire wave. There we go. Wish they weren't wasting their attacks on Bulwark, but it's fine. Gale will chew up their back rank for me. There's the Tinker turret coming into play, which is not great. Bear is down, but lasted longer than Gibbs would, so it's fine. And we win.
You're getting better at this.
That's one way to look at it. The other way to look at it is I'm using better sets instead of just trying to single theme it. We don't even have one healer in play, otherwise I'd take the healer boost. I also don't have enough brawlers for that. I think I'm actually gonna re-roll this. Dweller boost. Dweller boost. I'm regretting not having the Dweller banner that we were looking at earlier now. But the problem is I don't have a healer. Actually, no, I have one healer, don't I? Why do I have... Oh yeah, Sparkles is the healer. So Guardian Angel would actually bring him back to life, and he's my frontliner. So actually, yes, Guardian Angel again. Because that means they have to deal with this idiot twice. Before they can do much. Summoner's Stone could be fun. This might be the first time I gamble this run. Let's see. The faint sound of music draws you off the main path, leading to an odd stone tablet bearing a peculiar insignia. Surrounding it are footprints, seemingly of many various types of creatures. Nearby, a simple wooden sign is posted. As you approach, the runes on the sign transform into your native language. The stars align above the stone. Use it wisely, or a curse be sown. So we can just take a piece of it, which we can get 3 free units that share traits with it that way. Or we can get the Summoning Shard. Every 6 times you roll the unit store, gain a tier 1 copy of the equipped unit. When you make it tier 4, this is automatically removed. But the downside is it costs more to reroll. I think I'm just gonna take the Starcaller Shard, because I'm trying not to gamble this time.
Better a bird in the hand than 2 in the bush, I say.
You recognize the stone as one of the celestial power, but it appears worn with pieces of it scattered on the ground. Energy still radiates from the obelisk, and you pause to give your respects. You decide to pick up one of the broken fragments, which still emits a faint hum even now. Since there would be no way to fuse it with the stone again, you conclude that there would be no harm in taking the shard as a memento. With the relic in tow, you resume your journey to the grand tournament. Ooh, the Arbiter knocks out trait bonuses. That's a little rough. Potion Partier could be fun, though. All units start with full mana. Just chaos reigns immediately. There's another Zuzu and another Coda and another Lightwing. Thing is, I'm gonna have to hold on to Glitter until I get a 6th unit slot, but which by then I'll have rare units. So I think actually, as helpful as she was briefly, I think we're just throwing that away. Which is a shame, because we got her early on because of the item we started with. But sometimes these things just don't work out. Because I need the space for all the things I'm trying to upgrade here. Okay, there's tier 3 Zuzu, so that's good, and here comes tier 2 Coda as well. Getting somewhere, we're getting somewhere. We also have that common duplicator we can use, which will get us tier 3 Lightwing, I think? Yeah, there we go. Tier 3 Lightwing as well. We could try to fish for the Starcaller shard right now, before the fight. We do have room for the 3 units, so it's not a bad idea to go for that. But I don't have anything that, like, has 2 matching traits with anybody on the team. Just give me 3 beasts. It's probably gonna be 3 brawlers, and I'm gonna be sad. Yeah, we did get a... Okay, we did actually get 2 beasts out of 3. That's not bad. We just sell Sebastian because we do not need crabs. Okay, that wasn't terrible. Wasn't entirely what I wanted, but it wasn't terrible. Because at least that gets us closer to getting tier 2 Gale. Alright. Party time! Oh, they just are all up in my grill, huh? Okay. And they all have... A bunch of them have a Rune of Strength, and one has Leader Brand. Okay. He does have Demon, which gets him a Demon Lord when all of his other demons die. So I need to prioritize killing his best demons first, so that the weakest one gets the Demon Lord, so it's not as dangerous. And he's also got a big health bonus from his Brawler. Or trait, so I gotta watch out for that too. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna focus on trying to kill his Uru off, even though he has the Leader Brand, which is gonna make him harder to kill. I don't want him also having Demon Lord. If he also gets Demon Lord, we're probably hooped. So we're just gonna focus everything down here, which might be a mistake. Yeah, because they immediately targeted the wrong things. Stack them all in front of him, and they're like, but what about everything other than the thing you want us attacking? It's okay, they're massacring the enemy team, so it's not the worst. Yeah, there you go. Kill the Uro. That's what I want dead. Gourmand being Demon Lord isn't too bad. I would have rather their Sparky be Demon Lord, because he's the weakest of the 3, but it's fine. It's 5-on-1, so even a Demon Lord's not gonna hold.
Impressive. Most impressive.
I carried a demon-only run for a good long way on the power of Demon Lord. That's why I was scared of that effect. There's another Lightwing. We have a spot for it, so go ahead and take it for now. The game really likes its Fae, I'm noticing. I think I just let the sword go at this point. Gibbs is taking up space, and I don't appreciate it. Oh, it does give the sword back when you sell them. Or did I pick up another sword? No, I think the sword went away. I think that is a new sword. I'm not sure. We could grab Corvid, but again, we don't really have space. And now that these are getting to higher tiers, I don't really want to change things too much. Of course, there's the Gale I was looking for, now that I can't afford it. I could trade one of them out for it, but we'll go to one of these first and then come back. So we can either go to Zoltan the Fortune Teller, definitely a reference, meet a mysterious construct that tells the future, or the assembly line, craft an equipment of your own using factory tech. A free equipment would be nice, because we do have a bear with no equipment that's getting hobbled at the start of every fight, but we do have a sword we can give the bear to not have that problem anymore. I'm curious about the fortune teller, but the assembly line's a better idea. An odd beeping in a side room catches your attention. Stepping inside, you find a series of machines lining the walls and a strange device at the center which appears to be the cause of the sound. Approaching the console, you see 3 buttons showing ingredients and a display on the screen. Program ready. Please make a selection. So how these work is when I stop this, it removes one of these options, and then you pick one on the left and one on the right, and it makes the thing. And stop. Staff goes away. Okay, so we got sword, meat, power scale, growth plate, and hybridizing dust. So we could get the assassin crease, the vine vest, the witch's vest, the titan's vest, the self-sharpening blade, or the thirsting blade. Starting combat invisible is pretty neat. But I'm thinking the self-sharpening blade for the bear? Does the barrel last a long while? Then again, that attack value is not that high. And I should be giving Coda more health items. Actually, I could give the self-sharpening blade to Gale. Because Gale's attack's the highest on the team. So first a 15%, which pushes Gale over 100. And then every 3 seconds, it keeps scaling up more. And the extra tornadoes are based on attack damage. Yeah, I like that idea, but let me double check what the armors do before I commit to that, because we do need our front rank to be strong and stable as well. 40% damage amplification is an idea. When the wear is reduced to 50% of max HP, gain 2 armor permanently, but only once per combat. Okay. Shield is nice too. I think it is the self-sharpening blade, and we'll give it to Gale. You press a couple buttons, and immediately the machine comes alive. The sounds of whirring and clanking fill the space, and you watch as mechanical arms of blue and yellow spin around. It truly is a technological marvel. Every time the conveyor pauses, a new piece is added or polished or fused together. Finally, it reaches the end, and then you retrieve a pristine, beautifully polished blade. As you leave your new equipment, and you look back and smile, and a feeling that you will be dreaming about this tonight. I botched that entire sentence, but you get the idea. Give you a new sword. Who's getting the mana regen? That would become Leech Knife. Yeah, Leech Knife Sheath is good. We've had that before. That'll help Zuzu out a bit in terms of being more effective. The Impatient Monk makes overtime happen faster. Ooh, the Dust Devil halves all unit attack range. So that's not great for us, because that means Zuzu's in melee range, and these two, I guess, go down to 2 range. These guys don't get affected because they only have 1 range. Alternative is we get a fire potion. There is more money to be had over here, so we'll roll with that.
And the turret on the sidelight.
Oh, do they have the turret? They sure do. They also have Orc. Not maxed out, thankfully. The extra damage resist would have been a problem with him going and putting us in overtime sooner. How common the sparkles are, I could just throw one away, get the Gale now. This way it is a more even fight, because they have all tier 2, but I have a pair of tier 3s that they don't have, so I don't necessarily need to do it, but I'm going to do it anyway. Clear some space on this board here. And I did just give Gale a weapon, so it seems more sensible to upgrade them. Yeah, now 130 attack, that's much better. Let's go. I'm not particularly concerned about their Sparky trying to sneak around to the back. Yeah, they're getting slaughtered. Mostly the tactic of throw a bunch of junk together and cross my fingers there, Spooky.
Scratch on your army.
So let's see, we can get More copies of Zuzu, which gets me tier 4. That'll work. I'm surprised Zuzu's the first one to hit tier 4 on this team, but it is what it is. The common units are going to be the first ones. Oh, of course. I'm a professional in everything I do. You've seen that. Totally honest engines. Anyway, traveling along the beaten path, you spot a notice board sitting there. Rather out of place, you are familiar with the help wanted ads. So you take a gander. A number of ads catch your eye, but you can only take one. Rules of the Goblin Consortium. So let's see, we've got the tier 2 rare plus. Contract can be turned in when you sell a rare unit that's at least tier 2. Waste of my time to do that. Skill lodestone. Gain the skill lodestone when you acquire this contract. The contract can be turned in when the lodestone has been charged 10 times. And of course, we have Instagib. This contract can be turned in when an enemy dies within the first 5 seconds of combat. I think the lodestone's probably my best choice here.
There's always time for another adventure.
What does that do? When the wearer would use their skill, instead add a charge to this lodestone. When the contract is completed at 10 charges, destroy this item. Well, whose skill do I care about the least? It's actually a really good question. Probably Lightwing's Whirlwind right now. They also charge their skill decently often. Like, Zuzu's the one who charges it the most often, but the lifesteal from Zuzu's skill is important to me. So we will go with putting the lodestone on Lightwing. So their Whirlwind won't happen anymore for a little while. Which is not ideal, but it'll be okay. Yeah, we've already read all of this. So now we get 2 uncommon slots and 2 rare slots. Ooh, one of which being another coda. Grab that immediately. Vanguard War Banner. We do not have any Vanguards, so I don't care about that. Our banners are also cheaper, so I should fish for one right now. Wicked Slicer's also not a bad idea to have, but it's fine. Dragon Banner doesn't help us either. Brawler Banner would help, because we do actually have a Brawler on the team. So we'll snag that. Okay, it doesn't restock. I didn't know whether it would or wouldn't on that, so I needed to know. And we'll grab some gloves. Off we go. So, who do I give the Brawler War Banner to? Because what does Brawler do? Oh, right, everybody gains 150 max health, and Brawlers gain 25% more. So, arguably, I should put that on Sir Sparkles, then, so he gets the extra health, because he's my other frontliner. So, there you go with that. Of course, everybody's getting extra health, but him getting even more is good for him. They have similar health now. The gloves can go to Zuzu. His faster attacks will help there. Yeah, I think that'll work. And we have no money, so no point in doing anything there. So the Snake Oil Salesman or the Dastardly Desperado. No crowd control or traps are split between the 2 sections and scattered around. I do want a ring, because the rings are actually fairly useful as far as components go, so we will go face off against the skeletons and scrappers of the Snake Oil Salesman.
Right onto the scrap heap.
Ooh, they got a few tier 3s. I don't like the look of that. So they got an EN3, a Gourmand 2, a Zwei with nothing, Grundy 3, and Mickey 3. They've actually got some nasty frontliners here. But I believe in my team. Yeah, this is actually working out. Okay. As much as I said I believe in my team, there was a very loud doubt in the back of my brain.
I didn't even stand a chance that time.
We swept that pretty clean. Ooh, robots gone wild. Help stop a group of renegade machines from wreaking havoc. We'll get to that in a second. So the ring doubles the effect of the base effect of whatever it's being combined with. So say I combined it with this glove, it'd be 24 attack speed. Or 20 armor. Or 30% attack damage. Like, it's good across the board. I just don't know which one to put it on yet. We did get 3 triggers of lodestone already, so I did put it on the right character for sure there. Coda really needs more items, but I don't think 30% attack damage is going to be that exciting there. So I think I'm actually going to hold the ring till we get another component item. No. There's tier 3 Coda, which is great. Because that's 3,000 hit points to go along with the attack bonus now. Not to mention just being a giant pool for them to have to chew through. A lot of things that match, but not matching the right things. There's a world where I just take Lightwing off the team and like replace them with Fritz. Because the Shred is nice, because Shred, I believe, reduces defense? Yeah, halves armor and makes them take 20% more damage. And hitting 3 enemies instead of hitting 1 enemy is good, but the shield isn't bad to have from Lightwing. That's why the change hasn't happened at all yet. I may just wait for rare units and then start shuffling the team around. Basically exactly what you would have seen happening. I assemble a team on my side of the board on the left there to fight whatever team spawns in on the right side of the board there. Units can upgrade when I have 3 copies of it, and that's basically it. They'll also activate traits depending on what the 2 things they have on them are. Ignore the fact that this one has a 3rd one that's a piece of an item. And I'm just trying to get to a grand tournament and win it. Well, the second part of that sentence answers that. We're trying to get to a tournament and win. There you go. That's the why. You pause at an intersection at the sound of yelling and screaming coming from the main factory floor. You watch as someone races down the hallway, followed by another, and then another. Soon a mob of people are fleeing some unseen force. It only takes a moment to find the cause. It seems a number of Rubicon Industries machines have gone haywire and are terrorizing the employees. That can't be safe for work. Like, technically, this is framed as a board game as far as the actual game itself goes. Like, it's a board game the player character you're playing as and the GM are playing. But the actual thing you're doing is just the game itself that's happening. There's nothing attached to the entities outside of what's on the board here. It's a game within a game. Since we're a paladin, we do have higher persuasion. So we can actually swing this a bit better. And we got 19? No, 17. Those dice can be a little hard to read, so we get 1 curse. But we get 6 gold. That's fine. As the mob passes by, you find yourself backed against a wall, accosted by a robot who demands in the most irritating monotone voice to speak to your supervisor. You don't even work there, yet promise to fetch one immediately. Anything to get out of its way, those poor souls will have to fend for themselves. In a nearby room, calls for help barely overcome the sound of whirring and grinding. Goddamn Karen bot. Okay, so machine handling. I'm not a human or a farmer, so I have no bonus to this. We'll get gloves if I succeed in this. We lose some spell power depending on how badly this goes. That's fine. Roll the dice. We got a 12, so we're getting a little bit zapped.
Success.
That's fine. 10% less spell power is okay. Stings a little, but not the worst. You step inside the server room just as an engineer is heading out. As he grabs your hand to plead for your help, you realize he forgot to ground himself, giving you the biggest static shock of your life. Goddamn engineers not grounding themselves. Examining the main controls, you discover the cause of the riot. Someone flipped a switch from pacifist mode to global domination mode. How careless. With the crisis averted, you notice a broken down power suit and move to get a closer look. No one would notice it's missing, if you can repair it. So crafting, if I was a dwarf or a blacksmith, I'd have a bonus here. We get the power suit. The wearer gains 25% damage amp and damage resistance and fries a nearby foe for 30 spell damage each second. 15 seconds into the combat, this item malfunctions, stunning the wearer for 3 seconds and removing the suit's effects for the rest of combat. So you just get a nice benefit for 15 seconds and then everything goes sideways. We lose money if I get hurt here. But joke's on them, I'm fucking poor. They can't hurt my wallet if there's nothing in it. Go for it. Well, we're losing all the money we gained from this, but that's fine. Oh, you can actually go into debt in this game. Huh, interesting. Well, that's the first time I've learned that one. So it turns out they can hurt me if I have no money. Well. It takes a bit of work, but you manage to get the old girl purring again. You decide, however, that it needs to be alluring, elegant, and most of all, sparkly. Gems, gold, priceless family heirlooms. If it's valuable, it's on display. It was either that or buy something useful. Now you aren't rich, but at least you've got style. Returning to the main floor, you press on. One more challenge and you're off to the grand tournament. Not that confusing. Because the only reason it would be confusing is if you sit there and think about it for too long. The second they go to that layer, just disregard what the hell they're talking about because they're pushing too far to begin with. Because at that point, they're pushing for sake of pushing. So we got the rogue Rustbot here with his unique Shredomatic. Shredomatic enters a rage mode, increasing attack speed by 50 and becoming immune to crowd control for 6 seconds. While in rage, Shredomatic's attacks cleave, damaging all foes in front of it. That's not great. We will get good amounts out of this, but it is a boss, so that's about as expected. We don't have anything we can really do here other than putting down the fire potion, which I probably will toss the fire potion on him.
The older model Rustbots on. Shut it down.
So we've also got electric conduit 2s. Shredomatic remains in stasis while this unit's alive. Active, increased Shredomatic's attack damage by 10 for the rest of combat. So if these get their mana charged enough, they give him mana, shield, and attack. So these need to die fast, is what I'm getting from that. So you two go up here to hopefully focus this one down. You two work with Gale to take care of that one. Let's go ahead and ignite Shredomatic for the whole combat. When he comes out of stasis, he'll be on fire. Assuming that the stasis doesn't just get rid of that immediately. Which it might. That might backfire on me. But we'll give it a shot. Hand out some items first. Let's see. Power suit goes on the bear. Who wouldn't be terrified of a bear in a power suit? In either sense, really. Give you the other glove, so it becomes the Thunder Dirk, which gives you 24 attack speed, and every 4 times you attack, they gain attack speed, so Zuzu's just gonna ramp up is the idea. Ring still won't do too much here. Like, I could give Sparkles more armor, but I don't think it's gonna matter here, unless I want to make Bear go turbo mode by giving them the ring. It's not a bad idea at this point. Oh yeah, it's the Wicked Slasher. That's actually good for the bear to have. Is 30% extra attack damage, but after the first kill, the bear will turn invisible. And that's gonna be funny. Invisibear. Alright, let's do this. Okay, yeah, one conduit's going down very quickly. So that's good. It shouldn't get it. Oh, nope. Gale, why? Okay, stopped a different one from finishing charging. You know what? That's fine. It works out at the end of the day. I do kind of wish you could manually tell them to cast their spells instead of them casting automatically, but it wouldn't be much of an auto-battler if there was anything manual you did. And we've got this in hand, though. This is fine. Not a scratch on us.
Stand a chance that time.
Ooh. So we have our choice of level up bonuses. We have Titan. In combat rooms, a hex in the frontmost column gets the Titan modifier, which gives a unit 75% more max health, which would be hilarious for Coda to get. We also have triple wielding. Units with at least 3 equipped items get 10% damage amp and damage reduction, or just 18 gold. We do have a couple units. Well, actually, no, we have 1 unit with more than 3 equipped items, so triple wielding is not that good. Titan, though, for Coda would be so funny. Though for Sparkles, it would also be good. And now we can get our 6th unit slot. Which is a shame, because we don't actually have anybody to put in that slot immediately, but it's fine, we have money. I could put Fritz there for now. Fritz is an option.
This is it, the grand tournament. Time to see if your training is paid off.
Which actually, yeah, I probably should pick a Fae of some description, because of the fact that we have maxed out Beast already, unless I'm planning on replacing a Beast. Which so far I don't have any reason to. I have a tier 4 Zuzu. Gale would be the one getting replaced, but Gale's doing great work, so I don't think I would be replacing Gale. We'll grab Fritz and see what else pops up. Okay, we got another Gale. And we can get Lightwing up to tier 4 as well now. Which makes me less inclined to get rid of either of them now. Now, Fritz, you go on the board for the moment. We are range heavy here, though. We do only have 2 frontliners and 4 ranged, but that's fine. As long as I don't only have 1 frontliner. If you only have 1 focal point at the front, it just gets destroyed. At least that's been my experience. Another Gale, very good. So that's tier 3 Gale. Making it really hard for me to convince myself to get rid of any of these at this point. Sparkles being the lowest tier 1 on the team outside of the new guy. Really liked to get a rare that matched what we're going for here. It's fine. We got money to make still. Nope. Here's our sudden intrusion. Sand whirls at your feet, a hallmark feature of the Djinn of the Golden Sands. Nearby, several patrons have come to listen to one of their stories. Even the legendary bard Rhapsody can be seen hanging on the storyteller's words. As they close up their tome, they invite you to join them. I was hoping I would see you again. You've done well to make it this far, and doing battle with such a worthy foe is sure to make for a killer story. Giodini's army will have an additional item slot with an extra rune. As we pissed them off, so they're a bit stronger in this fight. Coming up. We have Goblin Toss and a Suspicious Figure. I did Goblin Toss in my own time when I was playing this, but I think you guys will enjoy Goblin Toss, so we'll go do that. A high-pitched voice carries throughout the tournament grounds, drawing in a small crowd. Naturally, you go to see what the commotion is all about. To see a cadre of goblins standing around a field. Some are dressed in capes, some in goggles, one wearing some kind of flying contraption. Step right up, try your luck. Choose a contestant and see how far they fly. These fine athletes have trained all year for this event. Don't disappoint them. So our job here is to throw a goblin as far as we can. And we will get fan favorite if we succeed, so as soon as we get to the quarterfinals, we'll get 20 star points to use. We also get either Friend the Goblin Foe, which will get us extra rerolls in the shop the next shop. The Gold Medal, which gets us a 25% chance when we reroll the unit store to gain a free reroll and gain 4 of them immediately. Or True Strength Revealed. When you enter the quarterfinals, gain 3 uses of Key Punch. Each can be used to remove 25% of an enemy's health and stun them for 5 seconds, once per enemy. So all of these are really good. Here we go! Oh, we're not throwing real far this time.
Work out great.
We did get the gold medal, though. We just didn't send a goblin to space. I actually would have rather get the friend the goblin kind, honestly. But it is what it is. Folks of all creeds and colors take their mark. Armed with an overly enthusiastic goblin, you choose a particularly small goblin wearing a rocket-fueled wingsuit. She jabbers at you excitedly, adjusts her goggles, and commands you to fire. You hurl the girl into the air and then watch as the rockets fire, and she soars into the sky. She flies like a bird until crashing into a distant haystack, far of course. You wince, but she leaps from the stack, arms held high as the other goblins cheer. It seems that this event was more of a spectacle than a competition. So, you know, she had a great time getting launched across the field and crashing. Relatable, really. We have a bunch of free rerolls, but let's hold them till I actually have money, perhaps. Let's see. Units require more mana to cast, but have more spell power with the Star Student, or all units gain more mana regen with the Wandering Wizard. Let's do the Wandering Wizard, because I think that'll be beneficial to us to have the extra magic.
Bugs in battle.
It's just some tier 3 bugs. That's fine. We got this, I think. There go the bites from Kodo, just ripping through their Sebastian. Gale slips around the side, starts ripping their back rank apart. Yeah, no, this is a slaughter. This is just an absolute massacre. Nice and easy. This is more sad DM noises. Yep, that's about right. Okay, now that we have some money, let's actually start cycling for stuff here. Nope, none of these matter to me. Still not really anything. I could grab Corvid as our 6th, but at this point I'm not sure because we don't have a Stalker of another unit anymore, so we wouldn't get the bonus to have them appear at the back line. So she'd have to build up mana without dying to be able to do her teleport stab. And based on the way Gibbs was dying, I don't think Corvid would survive either. I don't think that's worth it. Where are all the beasts and Fae? Oh, Tinker's Fae? Huh. That could give us our 3rd frontliner, but we did just use Tinker, though. So I think I'll leave that behind. I didn't even think about the fact that that was going to be a problem there. Oh, there's a Coda that I'll have to lose a life for, but we haven't lost any lives this whole time, so that's fine. I'll pay that price. That's what I figured was going to happen. And we have one more free reroll, which might get us a Coda, a tier 4. Come on. Damn it. There's our rare beast, though, Wolfgang. Which I'll probably replace Fritz with Wolfgang? I don't know. We'll figure that out when we get enough money to do that. If I'm going to do that, I probably want a sword. And he also... The Bunker Boy gives more money anyway, which... Hit tokens create a shield-like barrier on both sides, so those might get in the way.
If you think the tree folk are big now, just you wait.
Okay, I've got units in pits, so I need to get them out of the pits. Actually, this is good, though. Zuzu being... Actually, no, Zuzu's range is too short to be in there. Fritz, you can hang out in there, because you're the weakest one. You're likely to die if you stay anywhere the enemy can reach you. We'll go with this formation, I think. You are an issue. So we'll do this. You need to stay there to get your Titan bonus. But other than that, I think we're good. I think that'll work. Really big bear. No, Zuzu's getting chewed up, though, because they just walked past Coda. I love when the AI's units are smarter than mine and actually do what I want my units to do. So Zuzu's gonna die, and that might actually be a problem. Oh, wait, no, Zuzu's holding. That lifesteal's coming in clutch. Yeah, down here is what I was afraid of as well. The fact that this is just a fight that never ends. We're actually kind of stuck a bit here. Gale's gonna have to be the one to make plays to change the situation around. But the bottom is actually crumpling, so that's a problem too. Is as overtime proceeds, everybody gets stronger, so the fight is forced to move along. There's no, like, infinite situations here. But there we go, there's our heart back. That got a little dicier than I thought it was going to, but we still won it. So let's see. Let's grab Wolfgang. So as I said before, we are already maxed out on Beast. Though, what I could do is actually sub out Lightwing for Wolfgang. Lightwing is subbing in as a Beast right now. Oh yeah, your whole team has to die for you to lose. As long as any member of your team is alive, there's still hope. The fight doesn't end until one team or another is wiped out entirely. But if one of your parties gets taken down, obviously you are at a disadvantage now because they outnumber you. So your team can get swept from one side or another if they start clearing through. Because your back rankers are usually more fragile, so if, say, Sparkles here dies, these two would then be in much more danger because anything he was fighting now goes and kills them. That's the logic that concern was working on. We can also get rid of the skill lodestone and get a staff now. That also gained us a level. But yeah, I think Lightwing's going away. I think that is the better choice. Because even though Lightwing is tier 4, Lightwing just doesn't end up doing that much. Because, like, these two together couldn't kill one enemy by themselves. Obviously, Sparkles being tier 2 is a problem, but Sparkles is also kitted with items, and I don't have an item remover. So we'll try that. I won't get rid of them yet, but I'll take them off the squad and put Wolfgang in. Because Wolfgang will jump to the front as a melee fighter when their spell goes off. So that could have interesting consequences. The staff... You do spell-based damage, so giving you the staff isn't a bad idea. So you'll take that. I could just keep giving more weapons to the bird, but Zuzu, I think, needs some more to work with here. Based on how that previous fight went and how long Zuzu held their own when things went awry up here. Get more defilers, but that's not what I'm looking for. Welp, that didn't work out. I do still have more free rerolls, though, so we'll... Now there's a second Wolfgang. Really want another bear, though. Nope, no bears for me. Okay. Well, we met up with the Architect last time, and I was going to make a play for using the Traveler's Charm, which is why I was trying to avoid getting cursed at all. But we have one curse now, so the Traveler's Charm won't work. I would have to just take one of the low incense options, and it just wouldn't be that good. Let's try the sponsorship deal. Let's also grab our level up, of course. Second wind. After 15 seconds of combat, your units heal for half their missing health. That's pretty good. 15 cost reduction from Spell Slinger's not bad. I don't get or use enough potions for Potion Master, so second wind it is. You spot a dragonkin standing on a pedestal, speaking to a few people you recognize as other tournament contestants. As you move closer, he seems to recognize you. Hey, I'd know that face anywhere. You're that dragonkin paladin on the fast track to best in the day. My name is Stitch. I represent the Goblin Trade Commission, and we'd like to make your offer. Nothing too elaborate, just sign here and take advantage of our exclusive associate perks. So we could punch him in the face, and we get one pride coin. I mean, that lets us spend a gold to reroll the unit store, but we're banned from shops. Or we get it at sponsored. I'll go ahead and get sponsored because I don't want to lose access to shops. That would be brutal for me right now. even though he sounds incredibly shady. As is par for the course with sponsorship deals for the most part. Stitch claps his hands together and smiles a wide, toothy grin. Great, you won't regret this. Believe me, you just sign here. You sign your name on the dotted line. Stitch puts an arm around you, leading you to the back room. Here, you will find all the perks that come with being a Stitch partner. T-Fuel, Mobster Energy, whatever that thing is. Help yourself, and remember, as a Stitch partner, the first one's free. They really went all in with that one, huh? So let's see, we got the Book of Share Skill, 40 spell power. The wearer cannot cast their skill. At the start of combat, the wearer's spell power is evenly distributed to all other allies. So if you got somebody with a kind of a garbage skill, that's good.
Folks, with my logo on. That's your value.
What he said. And none of these have like a particularly garbage skill, so I wouldn't want to go for that idea. Sword v Pen, 2 mana regen. The wearer gains spell power equal to 1/3 of their attack damage. That's not bad. The Honey Jar, use this from the inventory to refill all lost hearts and gain pale hearts up to your maximum. Tournament bracket losses will still end the run.
Today and score some neat swag.
He's making himself annoying on purpose, I think. T-Fuel Elixir, use this from the inventory to gain 15 free rerolls. Afterwards, rerolls cost 3 more star points. Sword v Pen seems to be the answer here. The question is, who do I give that to? Spell power bonus, max HP, and lifesteal based on spell power does make it tempting to give it to Wolfgang, but Wolfgang's not a guaranteed part of the team yet, so I don't really want to give it to him. Your dash does spell power based damage, and you do have the highest attack on the team. So 1/3 would be 50 spell power. The other leading option would probably be Zuzu for extra healing from Tasty. But you already have a bunch of spell power from somewhere. Actually, I don't know why. Oh, it's just all tier bonuses. Okay, never mind. And besides, the extra mana regen will mean he can tornado more often, which has been a big a move for us, so I do want that to happen more. 142% spell power now. Rounding happened. So that definitely is going to make a big difference, presumably. Yeah, from 90 to 142 spell damage on that. So that's not bad, that's not bad. We don't really have any on-hit effects on Gale right now, is the only weakness to the gear Gale has. The Magnetic Mage takes away all items, so I feel like that's not a good choice for us to fight right now. Let's use our 1 free reroll to try to get something. Nope. Wait, no, we still have free rolls, so... Oh, right, because we have this thing. So I kept hitting the free roll. Don't you love it when you get lucky? I know I do. Who's moving something over to the side? That'll get me tier 2, but I don't have star points to fucking afford him. I could get rid of somebody to get that, though. You are the common unit, so make that trade. Give him better odds of being more useful, so he doesn't just immediately get traded back off the team. And we'll roll a little bit more just to see if we can get something. There we go, we ran out of free rolls. Now I'll stop rolling. That's what I was gonna do, is basically just burn my free rolls till I either saw something I wanted or ran out of free rolls. So Debonair Scientist. Units on each team with the highest max HP gain 100 attack speed for 15 seconds, then die. So Coda goes crazy and then just falls over. That could be really bad for me, but at the same time, they're gonna lose a unit immediately as well, whatever their tankiest unit is, so it's fair. I think that'll be okay. I think we can work that angle.
What could be finer than a field filled with Fey folk?
Okay, so they're leveraging Fey as well, which makes sense. Yeah, they got max Fey, which gives them magic fairies for their whole team, which give them cost reduction, mana regen, and spell power. And they do have the Stalker bonus, which will allow their Stalkers to teleport to my backline, which is going to be annoying, but not like a major issue, particularly, because they got Noctis and Corvid, but they're thankfully only a tier 2 and a tier 3, not like any tier 4s or anything. Gotta watch out for that polymorph and for the orbs, but other than that, I think we're not too bad off. Actually, That's the play right there, actually, because Sparkle's max HP goes over Coda's, and Coda is stronger than Sparkle. So Sparkle will just die, and then Coda can stay and do more work. Yeah, that is the better choice, I think. Alright, let's go. The downside being we don't get as much out of the attack speed increase. Oh, our back rank is getting destroyed, but so is theirs. Now they have to face off against our frontliners. And Wolfgang's transformation turned the back rank attack into a problem for them. Good thing I had him, actually. That worked out. I think that sways me into keeping him. Because that taunt is a big play. And there's our tier 4 bear. We still need to get more sparkles to get him up to relevance. But I know I keep throwing him under the bus too, so it's on me. Do I wait for a shop? No, because the beast banner doesn't help. We have 4 beasts. This literally does nothing. Just go away. Oh, you do get the item back. Okay. I never realized that selling in units would give you the item back, because I don't actually sell units that often. Like, it was an iffy prospect with that sword we had gotten back, because I wasn't sure if I had just gotten one right before that happened or not. Okay, so we still have the beast banner, so we can give it to somebody that will benefit from becoming a beast. And getting the frenzy bonus. You don't have an item slot, so it's going to Fritz. So now he'll get the attack speed buff and the bite and everything. So the bite won't really help him because he's fighting at range, but if somebody jumps at him, they'll just get bit. And it'll be funny. Unless they get a ranged bite, which would be weird, but you know what? If it works, it works. I ain't gonna argue with it. One more of those. There's a Gale as well. We'll take that. Nope. There's a free roll. Another free roll. Just keep hitting. Just keep hitting. Let's go gambling. Just grab those for now, and then we'll do the fight. Pit tokens cover the left and right edges of the board. So just these back ranks, which don't matter to me at all. Or all units have 20 extra armor, which just makes it take longer for the fight to end. We'll go fight the alley gladiator.
This team will horrify you with their ghoulish appetites.
So there's just no running, which that's fine. My units aren't designed to run away anyway. 5,670 hit points. Ridiculous. They do have a Corvid again, and a Noctis again. So we'll have a similar situation play out again, which is not great. It's tempting, actually, to swap you two, so you have a more relevant amount of hit points. But I feel like just committing to Super Bear is still the better choice, probably. The ghouls are gonna be icky to get rid of, though. Oh, we don't really have any choices, though. I made this decision already. Yep, here they come attacking our back rank again. They have 3 attacking the back rank this time, which is not great. But thankfully, since they didn't have much room, that actually worked against them. Is they stayed in range of at least one of our frontliners. And Gale actually attacked the guys attacking the back rank instead of wandering off to attack their back rank, which they basically didn't have.
Hardly even seemed a challenge for you.
So that actually went really smooth. I was worried for nothing there. So I think we're onto something with this setup at the moment. Finally, you're not tier 2 anymore, buddy. Look at you. Look at you with your slightly increased stats. Yay. Final registrar. Sword goes probably to Wolfgang because he doesn't have an item. So he has something. And this is the final registry. Oh, there we go. We get help from River. River's gentle countenance brings a smile to your face. You recall the time you spent with her, watching the saga of her people unfold through the fabric of her banners. She places a large hand on your shoulder in greeting, and then produces the most beautiful tapestry you've ever seen. After a few moments of sheer adoration, she folds the banner and offers it to you in a token of your patronage. You thank her as she heads toward the grand tournament grounds, wondering if you will see her on the other side of the field. So we got another Brawler War banner, which is not great, but we can use that to give somebody more health. Which will probably go to Wolfgang as well, because he's the one who's going to need health. So the question becomes, do I buy a component item or do I fish for another banner to try to get another trait activated? Because we do only have 3 traits we could potentially activate: Healer, Defiler, or Marksman. So we could roll a couple times. When we roll 3 times, we then have to make the decision between a banner and an item. Scrapper doesn't work because we would need 3 and we don't have that. Ooh, Whispering Blade though. We can't afford it. Why am I even drooling over it? Demon War banner doesn't help. Orc War banner doesn't help. So do I grab a meat, a glove, or do I fish for a banner? The meat would get Coda even more health. Oh yeah, before I forget, give you the banner. As a reminder, brawlers get 25% extra max health in addition to the 150 max health increase, I do believe. So he actually has a good amount of health, which will make his jump in more sustainable. Otherwise, he would jump in and explode, which is less than helpful. I'm gonna flip a coin, because I can't decide. Okay, we're rolling the banner lottery here. We got the Fae banner. There's a certain bit of comedy to that. You know what? Go Fairy Bear. Absolutely no reason to do that. But, you know what? Why not at that point, right? Why not? If we had triple wielding, it would actually matter that I did that, but otherwise I'm just wasting a space there. The reason why it doesn't matter, though, is we're not getting more items at this point, particularly. We're kind of locked in now. Power roll? Okay, Wolfgang or Gale. I have to make a choice between the 2 of them, huh? Gale is already tier 3. It would probably be better to push one of my tier 2s up to a tier 3. The problem is the odds of getting Wolfgang get lower than the odds of getting Gale. We do have fan favorite though, so as soon as we go to the quarterfinals, we'll get a lot more money. So I'll stick to the logic I was just saying of getting my tier 2 up to a tier 3. There's our money coming in. We just need to get through one of these fights. Actually, no. We'll see the fight and then we can still get the Gale and then roll a little bit. I don't like the Xanatos they've got going on over there. Oh, that's why. Gara's army includes 2 Act Boss units that have been granted the Mythic trait. So they've got Xanatos and what's the other Act Boss? Where is it? Oh, Master Trollgar. Wonderful. Fucking wonderful. Master Trollgar is the Act Boss you'll fight the most because you have to fight him at the beginning because he's the city boss. I've not fought Xanatos at all, so that might be bad. Okay, there's tier 4 Gale. Okay, okay. Potential for tier 3 Fritz. I should have grabbed the sparkles, but I had a brain fart moment. On free rolls, get me something I need. Well, it rolled enough times to get me a power roll, so it's not the worst. There's tier 3 Wolfgang, okay. Well, even if I'd grabbed the other sparkle, it wouldn't have mattered. Since hearts don't matter anymore, I will go ahead and just pay for that Fritz to get him up to tier 3 as well. There we go. Okay, our lowest is tier 3 now. That's not bad. That's not as good as I would like, because I don't have any tier 5s either, but this is what we're working with. This could be where this all goes wrong. Alright. We actually have slightly more total value than they do. Thankfully, our 2 frontliners hold so well. Oh, Xanatos is going... Ended up attacking the bear, though, so didn't accomplish anything.
Impressive. Most impressive.
Alright. We're fighting Sky next. And we're either fighting our friend or fighting Kyodini. Probably gonna be fighting Kyodini, considering we had upset them. Be weird if we didn't. Want to change anything around? Like, obviously, Bear goes here to get the health boost. They have their own tier 4 Coda, which is not great for me. They have a lot of tanks. Like, a lot of tanks and tanky units to keep the stuff they got going on back here safe. We're gonna be kind of relying on Gale to go for this stuff. Thankfully, Sparky's the weakling, so him having to fight the bear meant he just dies. Yeah, Gale, get those ballistas out of there. Kill them, crush them. Build up your free E-damage bonuses while you're back there, and then turn around and rip them up. Yeah! I'm so glad I kept him. I genuinely considered getting rid of Gale many times, but those items are just so good for him.
Well, that shows me up, I guess.
Yep. Facing off against the team of Mythics again. Fucking team tier 5 over here. I'm not even gonna look at what their extra bonuses are, because it's not gonna matter. There's nothing I can really do to influence that. I'll just position like this so that they don't have complete free reign to run to my back line. Actually, do that. And put you here. This way they should all be attracted to these two. Oh, except most of them turned invisible, huh? Yikes. This is gonna work out mostly, though. Oh, or not. Our whole back rank just got rolled. But so did theirs, so it's actually kind of an even fight. This is spicy, but we're winning at the moment, and so far on total numbers. By a fair margin. I'm just worried about any moves activating. Nope. There we go. Our moves activated before theirs did. We're good. We got this. And we won before overtime. All right, 2 wins in a row.
Champion. The bards will sing songs of this day.
From a bit of a scuffed beginning to a pretty clean win. Earl of Uncommon, 4 perfect fights that time and 2 perfect bosses. Whew, that was a good one. I didn't even realize we did that well. Let's go ahead and grab better stocks, and now we'll move forward. Get this on Necropolis, get extra traits. We can afford both of those. But we'll see how much profession power costs, because I'd like to have all the modifiers for my characters as possible. Interesting. I'm more interested in this perk pack though, just because of the pivot potential being really funny. Okay, we can't afford profession power, so we're buying both of these anyway. I do like the way this works, where you just keep getting more and more mechanics. I do kind of wish it started you with more mechanics available immediately, because your first run or two are a little eh. But as more mechanics open up, this game definitely gets more and more interesting. Though it does seem like it's getting easier, I would say, as well, because of gaining more mechanics that are favorable. But I presume that that's meant to compete with the challenge climb tiers you're going up as well. I'm only gonna go up 1 tier because I'm still, like, fiddling around rather than going for good stuff. Guaranteed. So we won 1 with Thorkor, and we won 1 with Zenfir. Let's see if we can win with Brax. The free common units and the other bonuses we have here should make for an interesting run. And it seems only fitting to take the brawler when I think I'm actually going to try to
Clockwork Factory,
leverage
you'll find
brawlers.
all manner of machinations, from the mundane to the magnificent.
These are the elements that have been randomized for this run. Royal, Flame, and Trickster bonus traits have been enabled. You know, I might actually try to leverage things that have the bonus traits then. I didn't realize that they were going to be random choices. Obtain a powerful tricky item which can only be equipped to tricksters. Is there anything in common between these units, though? The answer is no. There's absolutely nothing in common between any of those. Anything in common between the guys that got Flame? No. Anybody got anything in common with Royal? No. But there's a reptile among 2 out of 3 of these. So we can try to get reptiles? Which I've used reptiles before and it didn't go great. But I think it was what I combined them with that didn't work. We could try, like, reptiles and skeletons or something silly like that, because we do have at least a skeleton in the... Actually, yeah. There's a skeleton in 2 of these as well, so we'll think about that. I was going to leverage brawlers, but now I've gotten some interesting ideas. Oh, we did start with a duelist as well. Duelists are interesting. You want to try those too. Maybe bugs, then? I just realized we literally have a tier 2 Capri just sitting right here immediately. But we'll do some thinking. We'll do some thinking and thunking and see what ends up happening here. All I know is these guys aren't relevant to the plans. They're going away. They're just free money. If I wanted to leverage Bug, I could grab Sebastian. Bug really isn't going to be my priority, though. Kepri's here as a duelist, not as a bug. What does duelist do? Start combat readied, which gives 30% attack damage. When attacked at melee range while readied, ignore the attack, stun the attacker, and lose readied. Re-ready 3 seconds later. Well, that's dirty. Yeah, I do actually want to have a second duelist on the team then. Well, there's Skull the Skeleton. And for starting Trickster. Sure, there's our 2 duelists immediately. We could grab Shelly to start working Reptile up too. This is a bit heavy at frontline, but Kepri's also going to teleport away. So that's fine. That puts Ian on the table if we want to leverage Skeleton. Skeletons gain 2 mana regen. When all your units are slain, unique skeletons return with 100% health for a last stand, during which they lose 2% of their max health per second. That is a dirty trick as well. And this would start moving us toward Flame. Though our entire fucking team is melee. Oh no, Ian is ranged. Even though it doesn't look like they would be. Okay, nobody else is ranged that I didn't expect. Okay. So that's our team here for the moment, I guess. For Ian. I could grab Maurice to try to work toward Tricky. I would go with Skull. Trying to leverage the bonus traits, though, is going to get messy because none of them have significant connections. We may just have like a bunch of partial traits here, which is fine. As long as they're activated, that's fine. Hell, you could even just have no traits activated and probably do okay, as long as the units themselves are really good. I don't really need more skeletons at the moment, though. Them appearing with full mana is nice, but that's not really like the priority lever here at the moment. I could get Monty, get Reptile activated, but we don't have room for Monty. I will hold this though so we can get tier 2 Shelly. Alright. Round 1. Also, after 8 seconds, the Great Furnaces activate for the region now, dealing 200 spell damage and granting 30 attack speed to all units. So that'll be fun. Oh. Skull's down, but that's fine. Worst case, he'll come back if he's needed.
The better player won this day.
I need to start holding on to my star points till after fights now, so we can take advantage of that benefit. Also, we get an extra star point as long as Block survives any of these fights. There it is, that one. I need to keep 5 of them, which will get us free units of the highest rarity we can get. We also have the Lucky Clover. I don't know who's really gonna stick around, but we remember now that selling units gives us back the resource, so we'll give the meat to Shelly. Oh, Zuzu has Trickster, but we're not gonna use something we used already. That's such a shame. Gorbin has Royal, but I don't think we're gonna be using Gorbin here. We'll just hold our money. Feels weird. We could go for a contract. Yeah, we're close to a level, so let's actually go for a contract instead of getting the free level up this time. What are our contracts? Sell a tier 2 unit. Get a common duplicator that way. Not great. Shaman Hero. If we win 2 commons with Shaman active, we would get a Star Color Shard. Real shame, I would love that Star Color Shard, but we don't have any Shamans on the team. And that would require a bit of a rework here to get them on the team. Or undefeated, get us win streak and lifeline again. Guess we're getting win streak. Because I could sell a tier 2 unit, and I might end up doing that, but by the time I do that, I probably don't want a common duplicator anymore.
What goes around, comes around.
Remember, I'm holding my money for a free unit, because I don't need to make a change right now. It is so hard to hold from buying units, though, I gotta say. Especially when I'm used to changing the roster constantly. Dude, this is actually going a little poorly. Not super poorly, but there's a world where that torque actually gives us more trouble. It looks like it's just gonna be Skull going down again, and then that's fine. As he does, really. He just always gets taken out. I could just start getting a pile of free units and just take Necromancy as well. Seems fitting with having skeletons on the team, too. Mana Capacitor is also tempting. The Quencher's Quill, eh. Yeah, I think we'll take Necromancy just for the sheer silly value of just free units all over the place. And we did get a free Shelly, which is nice. Let's go see the Fortune Teller this time, since we didn't last time. First, we'll actually do some unit grabbing, because we got free money available. There's enough to make the Royal bonus right there, which would get us Royal Crown, special equipment that tiers up a Royal unit and grants gold if it survives combat. That would be a great way to make money. And at the start of combat, the Crown Bearer issues a Royal Decree tearing down the nearest and furthest foes. That seems ridiculously good. We're already kind of locked in a little bit. And the Flame Mark does seem useful. Trickster's the one I'm probably the least aiming for, unfortunately, even though that seems cool. Just because that one needs 3. And it's 3 units I'm probably not going to use. Like, Skull's the only one that I'm like, yeah, I'll take him because he fits the other things I'm doing. So maybe I will go for Flame and Royal. Like, we're absolutely getting Flame, because 2 out of 3 of them match things I'm doing. Skeleton and Reptile. The other one's going to have to be a bit of an odd duck on the team, if we want... Actually, no, because we only need 2 for Flame, so yeah. We need 1 Skeleton, 1 Reptile, and that works. But we're not seeing that for a while. Apologies for the yawning. I wasn't kidding when I said I was tired. Even though I may be projecting energy, I'm not as energetic as I'm making myself sound. That's one of them, you know, content creator moves. Fake the energy until you don't have anything in the battery to keep faking it with. Because, you know, you have that, like, internal battery you can pull from a bit. So, Mana Soaker. Every 100 mana the wearer gains, they gain a shield, hold for 10% of the max HP. That's a good one to get up a Shelly. Okay, I did make the right choice there. We already have tier 2 Monty, so let's hold off on buying more of them yet. And now off to the Fortune Teller. I did overspend, which is going to be unfortunate, but it's fine. A faint glow coming from under the door of a maintenance room catches your attention. Stepping inside it, it looks like a normal broom closet, except for a strange machine, which seems to be the source of the light. As you approach, the animated machine jerks to life. Fortune and favor, 1 gold piece. As if on cue, another light illuminates a slot that would fit exactly 1 gold piece. So we can try to repair the machine, which gets us Zoltan. Zoltan enters a fighting stance for 5 seconds, gaining 50% damage resistance. While in a fighting stance, attacks become devastating claps that deal an additional 75 spell damage to the target and foes adjacent to them. We also can get Cautious Fortune, Prospective Fortune, and Exciting Fortune. Or Choice of Reward if we get a 20. Roll them. Ooh.
That'll go well. I'm sure of it.
So, Cautious Fortune's not bad, though. After casting, the wearer gains 10 armor and heals 3% of max HP per second for 5 seconds, and get 10 armor. So that's good for this lot out here in the front. As soon as you insert the coin, the machine inside the booth begins to animate. Smoke fills its space, lights blink on and off, and soon the entire front panel swings open like a door. The animatron steps out and begins to follow you. It also presents a tiny slip of paper with your fortune written on it. There is no fortune here. Stop reading. I'm serious. There's nothing here. Why are you still reading? Well, since I've already overspent, roll one more time. Another Capri. Okay. So let's give the Cautious Fortune to Skull, because he keeps dying? It might be smarter to give it to Capri, but Capri hops out of a bad situation more often than not, so I think he's fine. We could go for the Debonair Scientist again to make the most money, but I think we have better odds of beating the Doomsayer right now. You keep their Sparky from wandering into our back rank till he uses his move. Yeah, he's gonna go kill Block, which upsets me because I'm not gonna get as much money. But that's okay. This is not ideal. There's the Doomsayer Rock, which ruined everything. That's what I was afraid of the most there, is the Doomsayer Rock coming in at a bad time. We are going to get our 2 skeletons back, but I think they're just too durable. I think I actually made the wrong choice of opponent here. Oh, Skull just happened to pop in back there, though, which is funny. But yeah, in a fight like this, I think we lose because of the turret. Skull is healing, but I probably should have given Capri the heal. Should have prioritized the tier 2 unit. It's fine. We still get paid, we just lose 2 health. Throw away the Sparky because we don't need him. Yeah, this setup might also just be like a little scuffed. I don't think it's badly scuffed, but it's not like a power team by any stretch of the imagination at the moment. I think it's got potential, it just isn't immediately. Do I want to put Zoltan on the team? He's gonna get in the way of the reptile part of the plan, unless I want to just go for Duelist Skeleton and not actually go for reptile at all. But then I don't get the stuff I'm aiming for. Let's do the Summoner Stone first, and then we'll worry about details from there. And I'm gonna gamble. I'm gonna gamble my ass off here.
Got it, right?
I'm gonna accept curses into my life. We can get a Kragus, a Champigno, a Deadhead, Kyo. I really only want the Shard and the 2 Shards, really. It's my priority target here. Oh, we got Kyo. Got a -2. We got Kragus. We're getting all the units, which is not what I was asking for. Okay, we got the Summoning Shard, though. And 4 uncommons. Like, it's not a bad thing to get these. I'm just gonna end up selling all of them because none of them match what I'm looking for. No, Kragus is royal, though. Look at him. He's king of the rocks.
But at least you're not going away empty-handed.
This is gonna hurt with all the curse. I was gonna get turbo cursed anyway, but It is what it is. You look at the stone, look at the sign, and look at the stone again, shrug, and press your entire body against the carven boulder, practically hugging the granite slab. You try to take all the energy it has to give. You're so focused on the stone that you don't bother to look up at the pulsing green light in the sky, a well-known sign of bad times. All that bad energy drawn into your half-giant body. It seems all that power came with a steep cost. So enjoy all these free star points that we're getting. Oh yeah, actually 2 of them were rares, not uncommons. So actually, we did get a ton of star points to play with from that. More importantly though, the summoning shard. I can put that on somebody to get free copies of them. Which I'm probably keeping Skull. Well, no. I won't guarantee keeping Skull because he is Trickster, and Trickster's not one of the priority targets. The only one that has a bonus trait I'm aiming to keep is Ian. Do I really want to aim for tier 4 Ian, though? I'm keeping him. Who else has Flame again? No, we are keeping Ian if we want to have Flame. Then yes, we'll put the summoning shard on Ian then. So every 6 rolls of the unit store, we get an Ian. Before we do any rolling, though, let's go get our uncommon slots opened. Got Flash and Vex, neither of which I'm particularly prioritizing. Flash would get us Flame, but he doesn't match anything else. Oh yeah, there's more stuff in the shop now, too. 2 banners and a bunch of gear. The Bug War banner would help, but it wouldn't get us the bug effect. Vanguard banner would get us the Vanguard effect, though. So, probably grabbing that, though the Thunder Dirk is very good as well. What does Vanguard do again? Oh yeah, that's the extra shield to the front 2 columns. So actually, yes, we do want that. Because that'll make our entire team more durable, because we are in the front 2 ranks immediately here. So who am I giving it to, though? I don't think I can have a unit be double Vanguard. Well, again, we're guaranteeing keeping Ian. So we'll give him the War Banner till such a case as we get rid of Shelly, which might happen. And we could always pick up an item. In fact, let me grab an item remover or 2 for the future. Oh, I wonder what happened there. I was just looking at my activity feed and saw something. Yeah, let's spend some money now. That is a good point. A common duplicator wouldn't be bad for us right now, so yeah, we'll invest some of it. Especially with the amount of curse we have right now, actually. Is there even a unit that I don't have? Oh yeah, duh, we have uncommons now. Ooh, we could actually get a reptile duelist, actually. That would replace Skull at the moment. The Spirit Fang's pretty good, and Skull is kind of holding us back a little bit. Like, he's good, and the Cautious Fortune is making him better, but he's not carrying the day at the moment. Kepri's been doing a decent job. Even though Kepri does get killed, Kepri is our back rank killer right now. Let me see what else I can get, though. The uncommons that are duelists. Oh yeah, because it also pulls Trickster Pool. Actually, that's a point, too. I could try for the other flame choices. Spirit Fang's still a leading option so far for the Lucky Clover. Oh, Volcanus was our other flame option. Same with Sparky. No. No, I think we are gonna wait for the higher flame choice. Our highest flame choice is Rito. And Rito is good and is a reptile, so we'll match the plan I have. Means we don't get flame until we get rares, but that's okay. So yeah, I think we are going the duelist route so far. Yeah, because this is not that big a setup. Unless I want another bug. Because Gorzak's pretty good and Spindleton causes trouble. I still think we just take the other duelist though. Just seems like the best choice here. Because he's tier 2, 1,500 health, 1,200 health. He starts off with more attack, less armor. Does have lifesteal though, which should keep him alive. And we lose the skeleton buff, but we get the reptile buff. Which, thanks to Spirit Fang, there's team-wide, I had 15% more max health. And thanks to Shelly, team-wide 8 more armor. Which means Ian has armor at all. I think that's better than having the skeletons get back up right now. The skeletons are a little too weak for them getting back up to be a huge play. So another Spirit Fang, and I'm gonna hold my money so we get our free unit. Bit of highest rarity, so it'll get us a free uncommon. Attack range being halved is fine, because most of our team is melee. So let's go fight the Dust Devil. What he said. Yeah, because he'll be range 2 for this fight, which is fine, because that's where I've been positioning him anyway. Zaphon could be a little bit of an issue, but it's interesting that he's placed all the way back there when he doesn't have the range to attack from that range. He has to move before he attacks. And he's gonna waste his time attacking Shelly, which is perfect, actually. Gives me time to clear some of the field before anything happens. Comes from him. Which is even better because he's the one with the leader brand. So, the leader being ineffectual is incredibly good for us, all things considered. Is now we dogpile on him and the fight's just over. It is a shame that I gave up a tier 2 unit. Had I realized that I would actually be making that trade in the uncommon layer, I would have actually made a different contract choice. Which, speaking of, we did lose a fight, so actually, yeah, we're still on 1 for undefeated. Sad. Oh, we do have a common duplicator just chilling here, though. We got an Uro, which unfortunately doesn't match the team. Spindleton could be a choice, but we don't have room right now. Nah, we'll get rid of Spindleton for now. Common duplicator would get me another... probably another Kepri, because we already have one down there. And we fish for the third. There's another Shelly. I'll take the hit to get Kepri leveled up. Because Kepri, like I said, has been doing some good work, so I'm fine with taking that trade. Spell power. Who cares about spell power here? You do primarily off of attack damage, but your spell power would be increasing the percentage. You get more shield based on spell power. Same with you. You heal and do damage based on spell power, so ironically enough, I'm giving you the staff, even though your whole thing is swords. And obviously I'm keeping Skull for now. Hey Dream, thank you for popping in, and hopefully you have a good night. Rest well. Game's giving me a lot of Skull now. I don't have room to stack extra Skull. Hello there, Lesser L. How you doing? You're welcome, Dream, and of course, I appreciate any time you manage to pop in. We'll hold this for the moment. In one of the many disused workshops, you spy a couple of Dea debating one another about something. Sky, a talented machinist, has invited the Titanic seamstress River to her workshop. I'm telling you, old girl, a couple of these bad boys and you can put out twice as many of those picture things. You know you want to. Sky's words seem lost on the giant, so she turns to you as though you might be able to be more convincing. Night-night. So, More is More gets us Wanderbot, Power Suit, with Sky's modular tech, and River being angry at us. Or we get what we had before, which is banners, cheaper war banners, or... Oh, and Displeased Sky. I think I'm gonna take Favoring Sky, though I probably will sell the Wanderbot. And we've used the Power Suit before, but Sky's modular tech is the main thing I'm interested in. Components from future combat tales will become prismatic and be changed from the inventory into any other component you wish, which is very useful. River being mad at us is not great, but it'll be fine.
I'd stay out of her way from now on if I were you.
Angering a giant of any kind is not a great plan. River lets out a long, disappointed sigh. Shaking her head, she simply turns and walks away. You can't help but feel you've upset her. Sky chimes in, seeing the guilt on your face. I wouldn't worry about her too much. She's as stubborn as she is old. The sound of chimes ring out from Sky's suit as she sticks out her tongue at the Dea. You know, you ain't too bad, kiddo. Follow me, I'll show you some. So we could get the prototype, the power suit, or make Sky happy and get the modular tech. Obviously, we're taking the modular tech, because I would just end up selling the mythic, and I don't really need the power suit with that much. You find yourself drawn to a single tool sitting all alone on a work table. As you get closer, it springs open to reveal an amalgamation of every kind of tool you could think of, and a few you couldn't. I knew you were a tinkerer at heart. What do you think? I'd call it the Thingomaker. Name needs some work. Turns it into anything into anything, or makes them explode. Got an idea. You take it for a spin, see how it works, and I'll think of a way to pay you back. And we have to fight the Rustbot again, which is fine. This didn't really change this situation in a way that makes me happy to make any of these purchases. But we'll do this for the moment and see if we can roll enough to do what I want to do here. It is going to mean I'm not going to get the extra unit, but if this works out, it's worth it. For those only listening, that sigh means it didn't work. Okay, there we go. It did end up working out. It just cost me more than I wanted it to. Skull's probably going to come back as our 6th unit then, since we have him at tier 3. Is probably better than Spirit Fang at the moment at tier 3 versus tier 2, tier 1 though. He does have a lot more health and more armor. We are going to lose the reptile bonus, which kind of sucks. So Deshret has the royal modifier this time around as well. Why do they have to make this difficult to make these decisions? The answer, because indecisive people like me will always have problems with decisions, whether it's an easy decision or not. Your move is just more useful because it keeps you alive with the lifesteal. I'm gonna regret this, but I'm keeping the tier 3 skull out of the fight.
Buzzsaws are as sharp and
deadly as his body is rusted.
I really do feel like this is gonna bite me in the ass that I've done it this way. But, well, choices were made, choices will be lived with. Because we only have item removers, so it's not like I can make any big plays here. Well, I can move the fortune onto somebody, actually. But it's too late, I've committed. They're at least going through the machines decently quickly. He is gonna get one power boost before both machines are destroyed. Or people can make poor decisions and he'll get multiple boosts. But, you know. Again, curse of the auto battler. They will make the decisions they want to make instead of the ones I want them to make. Based on the way the HP bars are moving, though, we should be okay. His Spirit Fang's actually holding his own pretty well here. He's gonna die before he can win the fight, but he's done enough damage now that this fight's ours. And Block survives.
That's a well-deserved win.
So that's 2 out of our 3 for our win streak that we need. Just one more so I can turn that in. Morita does have Trickster, but doesn't fit into our team any other way. Ringmaster's not bad, Knife Storm's not bad. I think I'm going to take the Ringmaster, though, because the 5% damage amp will play into my plans quite nicely. And now we can get the extra unit slot to put Skull back in. Which is why I didn't take his fortune away. Thought I hit the button for the animation to happen, so I stretched a moment and then turned back to see it didn't nothing was happening.
The bustling bazaar.
Oh, now we go to the city.
To all creatures' comforts, both legal and otherwise.
Yeah, you know, legal and less than legal. This is a lot of frontline, though. And I know I threw away the Desrat healer option. I've just been holding on to Monty this whole time, but I think I'm getting rid of Monty at this point. Because there just isn't a spot on the team for Monty anymore. That would have been the 6th unit option. But since we have Spirit Fang on the team to give us the reptile effect, Monty just isn't needed. So the 12% attack damage from Monty is nice. Shelly's just a little too good as an anchor in the middle. Speaking of, that's tier 3 Shelly. Jabber is around. They sure do exist. There's our tier 3 Ian as well. So most of our team's tier 3 other than the conspicuously not tier 3 Spirit Fang. Who's getting the ring on that note? Well, the only one with a combinable item is Spirit Fang, which would get us the Wando missiles, but that's not really what I want for them. So I'll hold on to that idea for the moment. That would make them shoot missiles whenever they throw their swords, but not really the biggest deal. Let's not roll anymore so we can get our extra uncommon. And we'll fight the Bunker Boy.
Don't make the orcs angry. You wouldn't survive them.
This is fine. And this layout is okay now. I may as well have my tier 1 fight their tier 1. That just makes sense. But I think that's the only change I really need to make, because having a tier 3 front line makes it a lot harder for them to get through. And then Kepri will go chew on some of her back rank. Or not, he got knocked back so damn far. There we go. He charged up enough that he can do the thing. So things are in all kinds of disarray because of the knockback that happened. Which actually is giving them a decent edge, which I'm not happy about. But they are going to lose overall here. His numbers are shifting in my favor now. Their back rankers still being alive offends my sensibilities. Kepri is disappointing me this time. They are strong enemies, so I understand the problem here. We actually might lose. At least gonna get a bit bad. Thankfully, we are down to their weakest units. But yeah, we are gonna have to have the skeletons get back up and try to win this for me. Yeah, it is 2 against 1 now. Oh, nope. 1-on-1. But Skull is gonna win the day, making me grateful that I brought him back. Or just barely not because of the stun.
You might have beaten me there.
Oh, I feel like I got ripped off there. Literally one more swing and we would have won that. Well, there goes the win streak again. I feel like I got cursed the second I took that contract. Really just shot myself in the foot there. Well, we don't need a torque. We got a free Jabbar as well. But I'm not using him and I don't have room, so get out of here. Keep stacking more Ians. I don't really have super confidence in this team, though, right now, I'll be honest. With the way that fight went, I'm concerned. Let's actually go to the potion dispensing machine for a change. The sound of gurgling draws your attention to a small stand of various liquids. Several containers of colorful concoctions line a table, along with bottles and flasks of various shapes and sizes. Hanging from the vats, unrecognizable script is written on a worn wooden sign. As you approach, the runes on the sign transform into your native language. Take a drink to quench your thirst. Overindulgence can be a curse. That doesn't really rhyme as well as the other ones did. In a health potion and incapacitation potion, or get an enchanted flask. Ooh, whenever you use this potion on a non-special unit, gain a tier 1 copy of it. That's not bad. Consumables cost 1 more gold in the item store. That's kind of fine. But what if gamble, though? What if gamble, though?
Reward without a little risk.
You can tell I'm memeing at this point, and I hope. Or if you can't, well, good news, I'm memeing. There we go, we got the pack of potions. And we got the enchanted flask. Got what I wanted.
Your luck might have run out, but the treasure is yours to keep.
English only, please, Lesser L. I cannot read that. Okay. Your eyes and mouth go wide as you look at the many different tonics available. Without hesitation, you begin to have your fill. Straight from the tab, various combinations. Anything you can think of goes into your pack. The warning on the sign temporarily becomes a distant memory. You don't even notice the strange purple vapor surrounding you until it's too late. You quickly run back to the road, wiping off an inky substance and hoping the worst is behind you. You're good. I understand how that can happen. Is even both just technologically or just mentally not managing to switch languages. I've been there before. So, no stress on that one. I do want another sword to combine with the ring. So we will go fight the alley gladiator here.
Oh, the scrappers. If you're not careful, they'll catch you out with their combo.
Okay, I can move block. Well, we'll move block over there then, so block is not in the pit. This still could be a little rough for us, but I think we've got this one. Switch you two around. Yeah, I think that's a better choice. Actually... Do I telekinesis something here? No. I think we do incapacitate, though. We'll knock Grundy out for a little bit. And actually, we'll move Spirit Fang over there then, see if Spirit Fang understands the assignment and goes around, or not. It's a 50-50 on that one. Yeah, that's what I meant by the tech side of it, because it could have been an either-or there. Either one's an understandable situation. Oh, we did end up with a Grundy, yeah. Don't need that. Go away. This will still keep us above our threshold for getting the free unit. And it didn't matter. Slide all these down. Giant's Gong. After 12 seconds, the gong rings. All units gain 200 max HP and heal 1% and HP per second for the rest of combat. Oh, this is gonna take a while then, huh? And Spirit Fang just spent the whole time confused. Good job, buddy. Way to go. That was not what the intent was behind stunning the guy next to you. Khepri is dead again. Now Khepri's starting to become the disappointing one because things are doing enough damage that he just dies. And they're actually holding better than we are, so we are in trouble here, actually. This might be another loss, which means this run is over. I might have memed a little too hard. Yeah, no, we are getting destroyed here, actually. Yep, this is over. Even with the skeletons getting back up, we have no hope here. That's a shame. Though I did go up a difficulty, so it's not unreasonable that these are going so much worse. But, oh, that's still worse than I expected.
And unfortunately, that's game over.
I guess it couldn't all be wins today, eh? Now, it does still give me profession power, so we're still gaining. Now the question becomes, do I do a 4th run or do I stop? We are 4.5 hours in. If I do another decent run, it would put us to 6.5. I'll take a quick look at my raid list. Depending on how that looks, we may do another one to buy time to let other people pop up. Or I may just end there. We'll see. Let's see how this looks. It's a long list even right now, so it'll take a second to unroll the whole thing so I can take a look at it. Just bear with me. That's all that Twitch is gonna let me see of who's on right now. That's fine. I really need to figure out a better way to look at this list, because I'm pretty sure there's gonna be a way where I can actually see everybody that's actually on right now. But this'll do for the moment. A lot of people participating in a tournament, it looks like. That's a whole thing. That's way too big. That's too many for me to be willing to deal with. Is that would definitely be one of those I raid in and just don't say anything afterwards, because I would not be able to handle the amount of people that are in there. There's a whole thing happening. I hate being spoiled for choice, cause that means I have too many choices. What the hell are even... I feel like this is another specific time of day where I've picked up like I happen to have a bunch of the people I picked up from other people in front of me right now, and I'm like, who are these people? Because now and then I end up following people from other people's recommendation, and I don't actually get to checking them yet. So it's just like, well, now I have a whole other problem. Might be one of those times where I just have to take a swing above my weight class. But at the same time, I do see an opportunity. Let me just take a look at where they're at right now. See if this is a good idea or not. Oh yeah, no, they're already in the middle of a whole thing. That would be a nightmare to try to have us understand what's happening, but also them be able to keep doing what they're doing. That would just destroy any of the flow that's going on there. That wouldn't be a good idea. Actually, you know what? Let's pay back a raid I got, I believe yesterday, specifically. And we actually get to raid somebody that's within the Dragon Council as well, I do believe. Just make sure that this is going to work before I commit that idea. Yeah. That looks like that'll be fine. So we'll go see Cinder Hanami, who had raided us yesterday, quite literally, I do believe, playing with some people playing Battlefield 6. So if you're interested in seeing how the new Battlefield's going to play out, that'll also be an opportunity for y'all there. But thank you all so much for taking the time to be here. This was, like I said, just a simple little chill day for us. We will be back on Monday with I'm not sure what yet. Because I may have needed to make some changes to the overall schedule again. And I do not have another gratitude game, so I don't know what I'm doing for Tuesday either. So I'll figure some stuff out. Absolutely. Thank you for popping in and following and everything there, Lesserel. There was one other thing I was gonna... Oh, yeah. Thursday, I need to still arrange a collab for that. I'll be working on that tonight into tomorrow, talking to the group to see what they want to do for this week. It's probably going to be Peak, though, because of the fact that we haven't played with the new update yet. Some of the people that would normally be joining us have already played it, but I have not, because I did not run one last week. Then Friday will not be abiotic because Mel's going to be away, so I'll have to figure something out for that as well. And then, as long as I'm not dead again next week, we will go back to doing Short Run Saturday. I did find a bunch of really short games, so I may just do a bunch next week instead of the one. I actually had a hard time finding one game to play instead of multiple. We'll see how it goes, though. Be good to Cinder, she's good people, and I'll see y'all next time. Good night, everybody.